Chapter 791 Hua Fenghuang vs. Mo Xingyun, Finale. Hua Fenghuang felt the terrible aura pressing on her. Based on her knowledge and experience, she knew this power was that of a Tao ancestor, and it was not a simple one-root. With her current strength, she could barely fight for a one-root Tao ancestor for a short time if she used more detrimental secret techniques. However, despite the impending danger, she was excited beyond words. Her divination revealed she had a high chance of dying, and now she finally knew why. Finally, Hua Fenghuang thought. She pretended to be scared and mobilized more power of her yin-yang time reversal technique, trying to stop whatever her opponent wanted to do. However, the heaven-devouring emperor sneered. A sword appeared above his head, and with a little thought, he forcefully destroyed the sealed space of her technique. "You should be proud you pushed me to such an extent," said the proud and mighty emperor. Then, he no longer wasted any more time. The sword rushed toward Hua Fenghuang, intending to annihilate her utterly. However, before the sword could accomplish its tasks, something changed. Hua Fenghuang's troops suddenly appeared in the surroundings, divided into 5 groups. Then, a massive phantom of the 5 sacred beasts flew from them. So, an azure dragon appeared on the east side, a white tiger in the west, a black tortoise in the north, a red phoenix in the south, and a yellow qilin in the center. Then, these 5 creatures released 5 colors corresponding to the 5 elements, turning into 5 element charts that showed how these elements promoted and cancelled each other out. The 5-element chart appeared above Mo Xingyun and the sword, followed by a yin-yang diagram below them. 5 sacred beast seal. The chart and diagram turned into a robust seal that locked on the sword. Then, this Tao artifact turned into an ordinary sword. The mighty aura capable of destroying heaven and earth was gone. Now, it looked like a regular sword created by a mortal blacksmith. Done, thought Hua Fenghuang. Now, she only needs to defeat her opponent and take the heaven-devouring emperor's soul. Subsequently, she will finally have a chance at winning against Wang Wei and Di Tian. Although it won't be easy even with that secret technique, now there is hope. "So, this was your plan," said Mo Xingyun calmly. However, his calmness made Hua Fenghuang nervous. Regardless, she remained composed. She immediately decided not to waste time with him in case the situation changed. Boom! Her aura increased by a few percent, followed by the entire central quadrant turning red. Killing mark, a weird tattoo or rune appeared on Hua Fenghuang's face. Through them, she could use the slaughter chi on the battlefield to boost her strength. Then, she used her most powerful attack Frowny Face Sentient Killing Fist. Her former slaughtering devil fist only targeted devils and everything that made them unique. And this fist was even fiercer as it targeted all sentient beings. So, whether it was devils, demons, gods, immortals, Buddhas, great emperors, or any of the almighty existing standing at the peak of the pyramid, it targeted them all together. The existence of this fist had only one purpose for its existence: to kill anything that it wished to. Boom! Hua Fenghuang flew backward, the bottom half of her body missing. Upon closer observation, it was easy to detect a sharp object sliced through her ultimate scale. And by the smoothness of the cut, the process was as easy as a sharp knife cutting through soft butter. "How is that possible?" muttered the proud phoenix as she looked at the second sword that appeared before Mo Xingyun. "There is nothing to be surprised about," said the heaven-devouring emperor. "The moment you arrived, I was suspicious of your motive. So, to be cautious, I only summoned a projection of my Tao artifact." The heaven-devouring emperor sneered. He was a Tao lord, and not a regular one. He was the only Tao lord of the devouring Tao. Before him, the devouring Tao was not an outlaw Tao. No, to be precise, the other people who practiced it, including the Baishi clan, could only use a limited version of it. And it is the same for his descendant, Mo Xingyun, and her physique. However, he cultivated the devouring Tao to the pinnacle and activated its status as an outlaw Tao. Furthermore, because of his teacher, he knew in advance about the trial, thus increasing its difficulty by a few percent. And even then, he still succeeded in passing. "I have wasted enough time on you," he commented before mobilizing the power of the true sword. Boom! The sword's power created a terrifying explosion, thus surrounding Hu Fenghuang in a cloud of space dust. Then, a few seconds later, the dust blew away, revealing her state. Hu Fenghuang was surrounded by 3 artifacts in the font, 9 in the middle and 5 in the back. 3 Eternal Emperor artifacts, 9 Extreme Innate artifacts, and 5 Bloodline artifacts analyzed the heaven-devouring emperor. He also marveled at the richness and background of the ancient clans, despite their current weakening stage. In this world, most people believed the Dao opening sect had the most Eternal Emperor artifacts. But it was not so. This honor went to the ancient clan. Given their glorious history, it makes sense, analyzed the heaven-devouring emperor. The ancient clans lead the world to win the Acquire Innate War. Although they did not do it alone, their contributions, especially the heaven-beginning emperor, were amongst the best throughout the entire lower dimension. With such an accomplishment, their ancient clan should have prospered for eternity due to the large amount of merit, luck, and destiny they amassed during the war. Unfortunately, they became too greedy and wanted to turn the myriad emperor into their heaven wolf farming place. They wanted every generation of emperors to come from their clans. Their actions touched heavenly Dao's bottom line and ruined their relationship with the others. So, they lost the spirit of epoch and most of their merit and destiny. The truth of the matter is Qiyuan was the last chance for the ancient clan to correct their ideologies and mentalities. As long as they listened to Qiyuan and considered heavenly Dao's balance, they would be fine. Better yet, as long as they did not drive him out of the clan and allowed him to grow up and prove the Dao, he would have led their clan to a greater height. Qiyuan's existence was the final manifestation of the ancient clan's destiny. Unfortunately, they failed miserably. So, after growing up, Qiyuan became the manifestation of their clan's tribulation. He utterly destroyed all their destiny and the merit they gathered during the war. And when he created the Dao opening sect, most of that merit transferred to them and the Wang, Li, and Yan clan. That's why there has been so much unparalleled genius in these 3 clans and the sect for so many eras. Regardless of how much the ancient clan was weakened in the past, their foundation was still solid. Throughout history, they have had the most eternal emperors. And although most died or were forced to leave the lower dimension, the ancient clan still has some artifacts left from them. The heaven-devouring emperor frowned after seeing the situation. She is sacrificing these innate treasures to power up the emperor artifacts. So, her defense could last for a long time. He knew the longer he wasted, the more variables that could arise. So, he decided to act swiftly as he saw a white flame enveloping Hu Fenghuang. He used his D realm to resist her healing while also summoning 3 emperor artifacts. He controlled them to suppress Hu Fenghuang's artifact. Mo Xingyin only had 1 eternal artifact, so he had to make up the number with his better understanding of emperor artifacts and the massive amount of reserve energy he had swallowed. Moreover, one of the artifacts contained sealing abilities. The heaven-devouring emperor brought many emperor artifacts, most of which he borrowed from other devil factions in the western continent, using the power of the Mo clan or making enticing deals with them. Although the rules stated only 3 artifacts could be used, there are ways for people with a great background to take advantage of this rule. For example, the rules did not place limits on innate or chaos artifacts. Secondly, the rules only stated a person could use up to 3 artifacts at the same time, but it never stated someone could not bring more and leave them in their space ring. And with more artifacts, a cultivator will have more variety of options. After all, emperor artifacts have specific Daos and are helpful for different occasions. This flaw in the rules greatly benefits wealthy individuals like Di Tian and Wang Wei. Crack. In a few seconds, cracks appeared on Hu Fenghuang's shield, making her expression ugly. She tried to mobilize all the power of the innate artifacts, sacrificing them like pawns. Simultaneously, she was also healing. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring emperor wanted to eliminate her at all costs. So, he summoned his troops and used them as a sealing formation to boost the power of his artifacts. So, in less than a minute, Hu Fenghuang's shield broke, leaving her vulnerable. Then Mo Xingwen's sword rushed in for the kill. Boom! A terrifying shockwave echoed through the entire central continent. However, Hu Fenghuang was intact as someone had appeared before her. Conversation. Li Jun and Hu Fenghuang used their divine sense to exchange Dao comprehension at an alarming rate. And in the process, both benefited tremendously. Hu Fenghuang learned to expand the variety of her killing method. In contrast, Li Jun learned how to focus his killing method to have more destructive capabilities in one-on-one battles. While deep in their conversation, they finally reached their destination in the eastern quadrant. Wang Wei was waiting for them on the same desolate planet he stayed on since the beginning of the battle. "Thank you for this exchange," said Li Jun, "I have benefited immensely." He never thought Hu Fenghuang would accept his request, he only asked on a whim, prepared for rejection. However, she not only agreed but was very cooperative. "The pleasure is all mine," replied the Phoenix Princess. After accepting her defeat, her state of mind changed, and she became more peaceful. This mindset is the reason she so readily accepted Li Jun's request. And now, she knew she had made the right choice due to the immense benefit this short exchange granted her. Li Jun nodded. He wanted to ask her to communicate more often and learn from each other. However, he decided otherwise after thinking for a moment. Hu Fenghuang should become a pre-march after leaving the battlefield. As such, she should have nothing to discuss with a mortal like him. And since he cannot reveal he will also be a great emperor, he chooses not to ask and gets rejected. Wang Wei waited for them to finish talking before taking action. He waved his hand, and a green cube enveloped Li Jun before sending him into the distance. "I sense the power of time," thought Hu Fenghuang. Did he put him in a time bubble so he could swiftly digest our previous exchange and increase his strength? Hu Fenghuang secretly sighed as she felt jealous of their relationship. In the ancient clan, she could not even trust the members of her Hu clan. So, it was impossible to train a mighty general, let alone one on par with the top heaven chosens of this glorious age. Hu Fenghuang finally focused on Wang Wei. She saw the latter had created a small table and invited her to sit down. So, with a calm demeanor, she sat opposite him. "Tea or wine?" Hu Fenghuang thought for a moment. She had just lost a battle that ended her emperor path, so she was in the mood to drink, preferably something very strong. However, she also felt this meeting was important and should be more formal. So, she replied, "Tea." Wang Wei calmly summoned a pot of tea before brewing it in front of her while also performing the perfect tea etiquette. "Longjue tea, it's my favorite," he explained. "I grew them personally using the power of good fortune." He calmly served her before serving him. "Before we begin, I would like to remind you that the outside world is watching our conversation." Hu Fenghuang frowned as she understood the meaning behind his warnings. "I understand." Wang Wei nodded. "I believe that fighting is the worst way to deal with a problem and should only be used as a last resort. On the contrary, I believe in making friends and allies, to work together to deal with a problem." "Are you trying to form an alliance with our ancient clan?" "More or less," replied Wang Wei. "I would love for an alliance. But am also perfectly fine with an agreement, even a non-binding one." Hu Fenghuang took a sip of her tea, and her eyes lit up. The tea was delicious and blessed the soul with a 15% increase in comprehension. Furthermore, she felt the blessing should last for at least 3 days. "Good tea," she complimented. "Thank you, Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu E, CM, isn't there a saying that there is no eternal enemy, only eternal benefit?" "Benefit, huh," muttered Hu Fenghuang, who knew things were not so simple. The ancient clans were highly proud and held grudges. The majority of the different clans believed Shiyuan was why their family became so weak. They blamed him for ruining their dreams of becoming the absolute overlord of the myriad emperor world. So, it would be very challenging to convince them to set aside their grudge and pride to work with other factions, especially the Dao opening sect. "Tell me about the benefits you mention." Although Hu Fenghuang knew it would not be easy to become allies, she wanted to hear him out first. "There may be room for negotiation. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu believe it or not, our goals are the same," said Wang Wei. "What do you mean?" "Like you, I plan to revert the Myriad Emperor world to the innate environment on par with the beginning Emperor era. Hu Fenghuang squinted her eyes as her heartbeat drastically accelerated. Luckily, she swiftly controlled herself and calmed down. Are you serious? I am. Hu Fenghuang could not control her emotions for a few seconds. The ancient clans have been planning this for countless eras with no success. The entire clan placed their glory, ambitions, and dreams on her shoulder to carry this plan. And honestly, Hu Fenghuang was not confident even with the method to become a primarch. And now, she heard someone else had the same plan as them. She knew of Wang Wei's strength. Once he becomes an eternal emperor, he has a higher chance than her of succeeding. Hu Fenghuang took a deep breath to calm down. She also pondered the implications of this sudden change. The ancient clan had made preparations beforehand, but she now had to look at things from a different angle, taking into account the Dao opening sect's point of view. So, after more than a minute of silence, she said, "How do you want to work together?" Wang Wei smiled before deciding to be direct. The first cooperation involved a cultivation system. After the environment changes, the ancient system will thrive, which the Dao opening sect cannot allow. So, I already plan to optimize the origin system to fit the environment. If you become our ally, I can promise not to suppress the ancient system. And if our cooperation is deep enough, I can even allow some room for development. How is this an alliance? You're basically threatening us. I am, replied Wang Wei, his voice steady and calm. You should understand this involves the core luck and destiny of our sect. So, there is no room for negotiations. Hu Fenghuang frowned, not showing any emotions. In the past, the ancient clan guarded their cultivation system like it was the most precious thing in existence. However, after so many years, they understood the benefit of gathering the luck of the entire system. So, if the ancient system could prosper in the new age, their clan would benefit immensely. Anything else? Asked Hu Fenghuang. The second issue involved the innate demon gods, added Wang Wei. We want the peaceful integration of their race into our world. We don't want a war. Does he know? Hu Fenghuang thought. The ancient clan's plans involved secretly manipulating a war between innate and acquired life. Then, they will lead acquired life into victory, thus amassing a significant number of merits. In other words, they want to repeat or recreate the situation after the Null Era. Wang Wei looked at her and guessed what she was thinking. And he did know about the ancient clan's plan. And his only comment is these people were mad, living in the shadow of their past. According to his predictions, if the ancient clan's plan succeeded in the Myriad Emperor world, their ambitions would expand, and they would want to recreate the innate acquire war that spawned all the lower dimensions. And in the worst-case scenario, the ancient clan might want to turn the lower dimension into their heaven will farm. They will use the innate acquired war to destroy the civilization of all heaven will world while preserving their strength. Then, they will open branches in all these heaven will worlds, using their foundation to win heaven wills after heaven wills, thus dominating the lower dimension as the devil race did. Of course, their clan has not reached such a level of madness. Currently, they are only focused on the Myriad Emperor world. However, if they succeeded, Wang Wei could predict their next step. And if they reach such a stage, their fate will only be annihilation. Time has changed, and the appearance of the innate lives is not much of a big deal. Wang Wei previously planned to change the laws of heaven and earth to affect their birth. However, after thinking about it for a while, he realized the impact of their appearance was similar to a powerful emperor lineage suddenly appearing in the Myriad Emperor world. In the current stage of the world full of immortal venerables, Dao ancestors, and insurgents, the innate demons or primordial gods have no discerning advantage that would allow them to rule the world as they did. Humans are no longer the weak species from the beginning Emperor era that needed to secretly study their bodies to become powerful and survive. Humans were now the protagonist of the world. So, if these new generations of innate demon gods tried to rule their world, their fate would only be another extinction. Wang Ju's strength. Western Quadrant, Di Tian opened his eyes. In a moment, his eyes saw every corner of the battlefield, with his power, only a few individuals could hide from him, and only 2 people or groups could do it if he went all out. Wang Wei has been making a lot of moves, he thought. He was not surprised by this fact. It could be said he anticipated this outcome. Wang Wei's nature and Dao indicated he would manipulate people from the shadows for his benefit. So, Di Tian's fundamental tactic for this battle took this into account. He is a Dao overlord, so I won't be able to outwit him even with my experience, he analyzed. Since he knew and admitted this fact, Di Tian knew it would be pointless to act the same way as Wang Wei. The purpose of his manipulation is to give him small advantages that can give him a slight edge or reverse the situation at the last minute. If 2 people have similar strengths, the small advantages are enough to give one person the advantage. It's pointless to try to compete with him in the area of intelligence and cunningness, continued Di Tian. So, there are 2 ways to deal with the situation. Always be on the lookout for his small advantages. With enough precautions, they will become useless. Second, closely observe his actions and intervene when necessary to prevent him from gaining too much advantage. His gaze focused on the central quadrant, the battlefield between Mo Xingyun and Wang Ju. A terrifying power blocked his vision. He knew he could not see what was inside unless he mobilized all his power. And even then, it might not succeed. Mo Xingyun, the heaven-devouring emperor. Di Tian was not surprised by the latter's presence. All his failures during his 9-extremity foundation involved one eternal emperor or another. So, he was not surprised when the heaven-devouring emperor showed up in the form of body possession. In some ways, he has karmic connections to all the myriad emperor world's eternal emperors since the ancient emperor era. Di Tian did not dwell long on the subject before focusing on the eastern quadrant, where Wang Wei's group is located. And once again, he discovered the same power obstructed his vision. He wondered whether Wang Wei and Huafeng would enter an alliance. Di Tian worried his enemy would acquire another supreme general. An alliance of this magnitude is enough to shift the balance of the war in Wang Wei's favor. What exactly are they discussing? Should I be more forceful and try every means to break the blockage? His mind worked faster than any quantum computer analyzing the situation. Di Tian did not know their conversation was not technically something he could not know. However, Wang Wei actively blocked him for a reason. He had already planted the seed in Di Tian's mind not to kill him since he would be useful as a subordinate to help him gather merit. His idea of reverting the environment to innate is a great idea to gather a large amount of merit. So, Wang Wei did not want to reveal such information and reduce his value. Although Di Tian will immediately know once he leaves the battlefield, Wang Wei only cares about the present. If Di Tian knew about this idea, he might think Wang Wei's value had diminished and decided to eradicate him. After all, it's an extremely dangerous thing to keep a Dao overlord as a subordinate or slave, especially one that used to be the enemy. So, Wang Wei did not want Di Tian's mindset to change by the tiniest amount and affect his battle strategy for this battle. Di Tian continued his observation of the eastern quadrant. Although he did not know Wang Wei's objective, he knew the latter's actions had a deeper meaning behind them. So, he analyzed a few possibilities and prepared for them. Then, he focused on analyzing Wang Wei's power based on the blocking methods he used in these locations. How did he break the limit and reach 10 supremacy? Did he have another limit breaker? Did Empress Wu give him one? After seeing Wang Wei at the entrance of the battlefield, he knew the latter was the same as him and achieved 10 supremacy. To be precise, he confirmed his suspicions after hearing about the divine thunder punishment that appeared above the Dao opening sect a while ago. Regardless, he wondered how he did it. His aura is slightly different from mine, so he must have used another method. Di Tian secretly sighed. He was awed and jealous. He wished for anything else in the world to be a Dao overlord. He took a moment to remove all these distracting thoughts, ensuring his mind was at its peak. It doesn't matter whether he has achieved 10 supremacy since I have a major advantage over 9 pillars inheritance. The Empyrean 9 pillar was obsessed with the 10 supremacy foundation and spent countless yuan epochs researching it. As such, although he never achieved it, he created many ideas and theories regarding that level. And Di Tian inherited all these things. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Omi's mind became more peaceful after figuring this out. Furthermore, he was even more relieved after sensing Hua Fenghuang's departure from the battle. If she joined Wang Wei, he would have to hunt down another general. Di Tian then closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Central Quadrant, Wang Ju looked directly at the heaven-devouring emperor, raising her aura to the pinnacle. She waved her hand to summon her proving Tao artifact, 2 all-black daggers. She disappeared before reappearing before the heaven-devouring emperor. Her speed was beyond the proud emperor's reaction speed. She sliced toward his neck, her dagger slashing through his passive domain like a hot knife passing through butter. Swish! Blood flew out of Mo Xinjian's beautiful white neck. Luckily, the heaven-devouring emperor acted swiftly, exercised his absolute control over his body, and closed the wound. His application of the Di was better and subtler than Wang Ju, so he healed almost instantly. Unfortunately, this was not the end. Wang Ju kept disappearing and reappearing, leaving after images of herself due to her immense speed. And each time she reappeared, she would leave knife wounds on her opponent. The heaven-devouring emperor felt overwhelmed, especially in the speed department, so he took action. He used a secret technique based on the swordsman's sword and human unification principle. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. Unfortunately, his actions only allowed him to block a few dagger strikes with his sword. Any attempt to use his devouring power became futile. Wang Ju's attack would either use pure physical force to destroy her power or use some mysterious method to bypass it. So, the heaven-devouring emperor ignored his multitude of injuries to analyze that power. Freedom Tao? He analyzed. She became free from me, free from devour. He immediately knew this was one of Wang Wei's Tao. Bang! A powerful repulsion emanated from his body, trying to push Wang Ju away. One of the markers of top heaven chosens is yin-yang balance. They will always study the opposite of their Tao to better understand it and prevent others from using their antithesis against them. Some heaven chosens will even cultivate their opposite Tao as secondary or sub-Taos, while others, like Wang Wei, will fuse their opposite Tao with their main Tao. So, the heaven-devouring emperor had a profound understanding of the antithesis of his devoured Tao, expulsion and repulsion. The first wave of his attack was useless, failing to achieve his goal. However, his purpose was to gather information on his opponent and find a countermeasure. The heaven-devouring emperor knew the best method was to use the power of fate to counter Wang Ju's freedom Tao. Unfortunately, his fate abilities and techniques mostly involved divination. Even when he was alive, the heaven-devouring emperor never had the chance to swallow a potent fate Tao cultivator due to how rare this law was. So, with his experience, he realized the solution to this problem was the most versatile yet accessible Tao throughout all heaven myriad world, yin-yang Tao. An all-heaven myriad world of all-heaven myriad realm is a term used to refer to the many chaos worlds in primordial chaos. It's also another name for the chaos universe. With the power of yin and yang, the heaven-devouring emperor controlled the power of fate to counter Wang Ju's spell. Sadly, this attempt also failed after the initial success. Wang Ju used Wang Wei's yin-yang Tao to delay or cancel her opponent's yin-yang Tao before continuing her mission of killing him. Damn it, her aura has not changed, thought the heaven-devouring emperor. He believed Wang Ju's strength was a temporary boost using a secret technique that allowed her to borrow Wang Wei's strength. However, she discovered the latter's aura did not have the tiniest change of instability. This phenomenon indicated her current 5-root strength was her own. Could it be that she can use his powers as long as he is alive and is near her? This was the only way he could explain the current situation. Damn it, how frustrating. Do I have to use this method so soon in the battle? Awakening. The heaven-devouring emperor had an unwilling look as more injuries piled upon his body. So, he contacted someone. Chen Chen, where are you? What do you want? Asked a cold and emotionless voice. Let's team up to kill one of Wang Wei's most powerful pawns. I'm doing something important. You don't have to test Di Tian anymore. I'm doing something more important, replied Chen Chen, his tone was plain and never fluctuated. Immediately, the heaven-devouring emperor seemed to have figured out something. "So, you've betrayed our alliance?" asked the proud emperor. "Didn't you expect this outcome already?" "Yes, but I thought you could wait until the last moment." "It is the last moment," replied Qin Chen. "At least for you. Do you think I will die here?" Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Mand, why is that? He asked, not hiding the sneer in his tone. "I will give you one last piece of information," added Qin Chen. "There is a mysterious power hiding your battle. And from my analysis, it is unlike anything I have seen, even from the best Dao ancestors. If I guess correctly, our communication was allowed on purpose." The heaven-devouring emperor's face changed, the trembling of his body opened his many wounds, thus increasing the blood all over his body. And during this conversation, Wang Ju never stopped talking. "Qin Chen, what about what I promised? How are you going to deal with your situation?" asked the heaven-devouring emperor after swiftly calming down. "My problem will be solved after proving the Tao and becoming an eternal," replied Qin Chen. "Do you think it's that simple?" countered the heaven-devouring emperor. Unfortunately, he received no reply. "Damn it," he cursed out loud. "The target has reached a critical state," analyzed Wang Ju. "Now, we can proceed to the next step." She waved her wrist to flicker her dagger. Then, countless gray strings appeared around him. Fate string cutting, the heaven-devouring emperor saw something flash before his eyes before an intense pain emanated from his right side. As he glanced, he saw a fountain of blood gushing out of his body. His right hand was missing. Phoenix Flame, he hurriedly used Wu Fenghuang's power, which he had previously absorbed. Although he did not get enough of her blood to acquire her bloodline, he could use some of her powers that he absorbed. However, as soon as he grew the right arm, he lost the left one. "This attack is unblockable by the current me," he thought as he detected how this technique was extremely fast as it ignored space-time. Furthermore, it locked on his karma, luck, and fate, making it virtually impossible to dodge or escape. The heaven-devouring emperor secretly sighed, calming himself down in the process. He predicted this possible outcome when planning for this battle. He knew there was a difference between Wang Wei with 5-root Dao ancestor prowess, and someone like him who used items or artifacts to acquire such strength. As such, he never thought he would win easily. Clink. A shock bounced Wang Ju's attack, forcing her to fly back hundreds of meters. Although she was unharmed, she was surprised the latter blocked her attack. Of course, the emotions a well-trained assassin displays cannot be trusted. She gazed in the distance and saw a dark gold armor around the heaven-devouring emperor's armor. "Another Dao artifact," she muttered with concentrated eyes. Then, she detected something else as she looked at his boots and felt the unique Dao rhymes emanating from them. An artifact set based on attack, defense, and speed. However, this was not the end. The heaven-devouring emperor activated his pseudo-Dao body and turned into a giant trillion kilometers tall. A red flag floated above his head, releasing a lot of blood energy. An emperor artifact used for healing by absorbing and storing blood energy, analyzed Wang Ju. His body and soul cannot sustain using such a powerful Dao artifact, so he used the emperor artifact to provide him with enough energy. She concentrated her senses. She sensed that her opponent's activation of the emperor artifact had almost reached the same level as her young master. That's a scary thing, given the young master's current strength. That's understandable since he was an eternal emperor. If not for the limit of Mo Xingyan's flesh and soul, he would have been an even scarier opponent. Before the battle, the Fate's Shadow, Wang Wei, and the team had many meetings analyzing the power of every heaven chosens. They stimulated the possible development of these geniuses based on the data displayed. They also stimulated possible trump cards they would use. And because Yan Liling created an immortal pill and Tong Ruobing refined an immortal talisman, they even stimulated the possibility of the heaven-devouring emperor creating a Dao artifact. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu however, the team believed the latter's greatest trump card should involve using an emperor artifact to borrow some power from when he was alive. Although they knew Heavenly Dao would not allow such a thing, they had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Should I finish the job or continue tempting? Wang Ju analyzed. She worried the enemy had another trump card. If he uses his control over Emperor Artifact for a last-minute attack, this will be devastating. I need to watch out for this. Fate string cutting. A gray string tried cutting the heaven-devouring Emperor's head. However, his armor easily blocked the attack this time. Singularity devouring. A black down only a few centimeters appeared before the heaven-devouring Emperor, releasing a terrifying swallowing power. With this dot at the center, all matter, space, time, and energy were devoured. Even more, this singularity even swallowed all concepts, like life, death, shadow, and even fate. This technique has reached the pinnacle of devouring Tao, commented Wang Ju as she felt an irresistible power attracting her. His devouring achieved the ultimate purpose of destruction Tao, destroy all things and concepts. With her knowledge, she could tell the heaven-devouring Emperor used destruction Tao as a template for this technique. The ancient sages said all Tao leads to the same destination, and this technique perfectly represents this. Wang Ju's body flew closer to the singularity. Unfortunately, no matter what technique or law she used, it was futile, the thing swallowed it. But she never gave up, as there was still hope. I know what you're thinking, but I won't let you, groaned the heaven-devouring Emperor. He could tell his opponent wanted to buy enough time until his power dried up. His current situation was not ideal. Activating all these artifacts was draining all his stored absorbed power at an alarming rate. Furthermore, he did not dare use the power he absorbed from Wang Ju, after all, who knew what Wang Wei did with these things. So, he went all out to kill Wang Ju since he knew his situation would only worsen after success. After dealing with Wang Ju, I will have to face Wang Wei and his pawn's thunderous attacks. So, I need to reserve enough strength to run away and hide. His best option is to retreat and refill his power. Although it's impossible to reach the same level before coming to the battlefield, he can still store a significant amount of energy by using the battlefield. Then, he can use his current state a second time to deal with Wang Wei. Even then, my situation will not be ideal since there is still DT on. I won't have a chance if he sees me as a threat and decides to eliminate me as swiftly as possible. So, the best choice is to hide until the two finish fighting. The heaven-devouring Emperor was confident in his hiding method. After all, he was hunted down for years by countless emperors. However, he needed to deal with this situation first. Boom! An energy shock wave emanated from the singularity after absorbing Wang Ju. Then, the heaven-devouring Emperor did not hesitate to punch through the protective film surrounding their battle. Bang! No wonder Chen Chen said this power was odd. He could tell the power was on par with a Dao ancestor who controlled 9,999% of the Grand Dao source. This Wang Wei is truly a talent, he cultivated to the limit of the Dao ancestor realm. The heaven-devouring Emperor did not hesitate and summoned an offensive Emperor artifact and broke through the protective film. Damn it! My situation is even worse. As soon as he broke through, he teleported away. In an unknown star field, he appeared. However, his body was as thin as a mummy with long white hair and age spots. He had turned into an elderly woman. The red flag floated above him, supplying him with blood energy. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The situation is more complicated but still manageable. He gazed in the distance, where he saw Li Jun and his group searching the battle's location. Let's heal first. He sat cross-legged in a secret room he had prepared. Then, countless tattoos appeared on his body. The heaven-devouring Emperor looked horrified at his body since these tattoos were not his. Furthermore, he discovered he was incapable of moving. Swish! A perfectly intact Wang Ju appeared before him. You! Wang Ju ignored him as she began casting a spell. The heaven-devouring Emperor tried to resist, but he was at his weakest in every sense of the word. So, a few seconds later, his eyes suddenly changed from the usually cold, indifferent, and intense desire to swallow all living things to one of confusion and fear. Young Lady Mo, are you awakened? Asked Wang Ju. You are. Chen Chen vs. Tong Ruobing, I. And, chapter not edited. Was I wrong? Thought Chen Chen. After his transformation, his brain changed, and his soul mutated, allowing him to remain cold and logical in most situations. In such a state, Chen Chen felt closer and more in tune with heaven and earth, thus drastically increasing his comprehension and analytical skills. However, his emotional process capabilities became chaotic. He should have turned into a completely logical and emotionless life form, but his obsession with Tong Ruobing allowed him to retain some of his emotions to keep his humanity. And now, after hearing things from her point of view, the foundation of his obsession began to crumble, immensely affecting his soul. Could I have done things differently? Could I have been better? Chen Chen asked himself. He thought of the fortunate encounter he had. Maybe, he could have only studied the thing and heeded the warning that this technique was taboo. He could have studied the orthodox cultivation system from the mechanical puppet world and refined an immortal tear puppet. Instead of wallowing in self-pity and denial, he could have unwaveringly followed in Tong Ruobing's footsteps, never giving up on catching up with her. No, it's useless, concluded Chen Chen. My fortunate encounter was too late. By the time I acquired it, there was not enough time to study it in depth and make any achievements. Things would have been different if I had it around the same time Tong Ruobing met Wu Meng. If so, my achievements would never be lower than hers. Chen Chen's mind was no longer chaotic as he returned to his calm, cold, and logical state. His gaze toward Tong Ruobing was no longer confused but full of determination. I only need to defeat you and prove I was correct, said the sect master of Origin Weapon Mountain. Then, my objective will be to prove the Tao, become an eternal, and finish my ascension as a true half-flesh and half-puppet life form. Tong Ruobing shook her head. Your obsession has already created a major flaw in your Tao heart. In your current state, there is a high chance of becoming a pseudo-emperor even if you win. As for your goal of becoming emperor, although I won't say the chance is 0%, it's still close to that number. Tong Ruobing squinted her eyes and did not mention the other anomaly he detected from Chen Chen, like, why did he want to become a new life form? Why did he not consider fusing with a puppet as a unique body-refining technique? Chen Chen's idea of becoming a half-flesh and half-puppet creature indicates his mindset has fundamentally changed. And now, he no longer viewed himself as human. The price he paid was more severe than even he could have expected, she analyzed. My flaw will be corrected after defeating you, replied Chen Chen. As for those two, I still have a chance with the right planning. Chen Chen remembered the power he sensed when the heaven-devouring emperor tried to contact him. Such a power made his soul and very core tremble. Regardless, he never thought of giving up. So, she muttered, thinking about the despair she felt after knowing the power of these two monsters. She thought how much she lamented that it was a blessing and a curse to live in the same generation as two heaven-defying geniuses. Yes. Do you want to partner with me to deal with them? Suddenly asked Tong Ruobing out of nowhere. What do you think? Replied Chen Chen, his voice colder than normal. I thought I should try. Destruction Flame Talisman. Tong Ruobing went for a sneak attack and used one of her most powerful blows. She did not want to have a legion confrontation with Chen Chen for many reasons, the main being resources and wealth. One of the advantages of her legion is she granted them innumerable talismans. So, her troops can essentially use money or resources to defeat her opponent. However, she knew it was the same with Chen Chen, and the latter was even wealthier than her. During their luck trial, she suffered at the hands of his troops, who battle by spamming powerful origin artifacts. Logically speaking, this tactic should not be usable since Chen Chen would need to refine countless high-level artifacts. But Tong Ruobing did not want to take risks. She knew Chen Chen's refining talent was no lesser than hers, meaning his success rate of refining quasi-emperor artifacts was ridiculous to the point he could grant 100 his million troops each a weapon set. So, she watched a terrifying black mushroom cloud envelop the surrounding million galaxies. However, she soon frowned. Her divine sense detected her attack was effective, but Chen Chen was still alive. She saw only his partially destroyed head floating in the empty vacuum of space. Then, with his usual cold and indifferent eyes, Chen Chen said, "I have transcended the weakness of flesh lifeforms, including the soul." Bang! A tear from the void manifested behind Chen Chen's head. Then, someone slowly walked out from the space crack. Tong Rubing's eyes involuntarily squinted as another perfectly intact Chen Chen appeared. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Om at first, the new Chen Chen looked dull and listless. It was like it was a piece of wood with no life or soul. It looked like a regular or normal puppet. Then, his eyes changed and became more vivid, more alive. Tong Ruobing noticed the coldness and indifference of the previous Chen Chen from this new one. Can he transfer his soul into a new puppet-like body possession? The frown on her face did not change as she felt there was an anomaly. This new Chen Chen is a puppet. No, it's a combination of flesh and puppet, just like its former body. It's a perfect copy. But that's not where the anomaly I sense is. She thought briefly before noticing what she felt was wrong. I didn't sense the soul transfer. Tong Ruobing immediately became serious. Does that mean Chen Chen's understanding of the soul has reached a realm beyond my comprehension? Tong Ruobing refused to accept this fact. The main reason was her pride, and secondly, she also saw Chen Chen's displayed strength was only equal 4 leaf, which is far from her. This could only mean there is something else at play. She concluded he was using a unique method that was not easily noticeable. However, she was confident she would find the truth after a period of observation. False divine punishment talisman. Tong Ruobing waved her hand to summon a colossal talisman that covered the sky. Then, black lightning bolts descended from the heavens, similar to heavenly Daos divine punishment. Immortal artifact body, an ethereal, noble, and immortal-like atmosphere emanated from Chen Chen's body. Then, his body took on the properties of an immortal artifact. Bang! 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 Chen Chen fought the black lightning bolts, his expression always the same. He felt no pain, and his actions were precise and methodical. So, after blasting thousands of thunderbolts, the talisman finally dispersed. Meanwhile, Chen Chen had lost both his arms and one of his legs. Then, 3 small space cracks appeared to transfer new limbs to him. He reattached them as if they were accessories. Alpha D Alpha Beta Theta Nu Epsilon, what an odd body, thought Tong Ruobing. Her Tao companion was a body refiner, so she knew and had experienced the weirdness of them regrowing limbs or even their entire body from a drop of blood. And technically speaking, Chen Chen's actions are the same result using different methods. However, Tong Ruobing found his technique incongruous. Furthermore, she could not explain why. And this fact brought some unknown fear to her mind. Luckily, she is a top heaven chosen with the best Tao heart and willpower. So, she rapidly controlled herself, trying to analyze her opponent. Her fear derived from the unknown. So, she only needs to discover all of Chen Chen's secrets and illuminate her mind. Matter atomization talisman. Tong Ruobing wanted to see what would happen if she left her opponent without a single piece of atom in his body. It's pointless, said a voice that echoed in this vast emptiness. Then, a space crack appeared before another Chen Chen walked out. You cannot defeat me, said the third Chen Chen before rushing toward her. Tong Ruobing did not care about the latter's words. Although Chen Chen's methods were weird, that's only because of her lack of information. In general, her opponent's strength could not warrant her cares. Soul Annihilation Talisman. A terrifying power entered Chen Chen's body to eradicate his soul. However, he only paused for a second before continuing his pursuit. Tong Ruobing tried a few more soul and spiritual attacks but soon discovered it was futile. With each attempt, Chen Chen became more resistant until her attempt was utterly useless. This fact confirmed Tong Ruobing's suspicions that something was wrong with Chen Chen's soul, especially when she discovered she could not access or detect his sea of consciousness. Bang! She punched Chen Chen's body into oblivion for the 3rd time before waiting. Chapter 801, Chen Chen vs. Tong Ruobing. 2. 9 stars appeared in Tong Ruobing's eyes as she used one of her unique talismans, the Star God Talisman. The origin of the talisman is from studying the body of her Tao companion, Mu Lei. Tong Ruobing was not a body refining. Although her fleshly body was excellent compared to ordinary cultivators due to the runes, it was still not on par with true body refiners, let alone true power Tao cultivators. As such, she created this special talisman to increase her physical prowess, including defense, stamina, and regeneration when needed for battle. Regardless, after destroying Chen Chen's body for the 3rd time, Tong Ruobing was not happy as she knew things were not so simple. And as expected, another crack appeared with another Chen Chen. Tong Ruobing swiftly flicked her fingers to create a sword slash that left a mark on Chen Chen's body. Then, in less than a second, the wound naturally healed. The Diyu realm is useless against him, she analyzed as she sensed how fast and easily Chen Chen healed from her attack. The main reason seems to be that he can replace his injured body parts with already created replacements. Tong Ruobing frowned as she felt Chen Chen's method of fighting was too expensive. How many other parts did he have, and why were they all immortal tier? Has his refining achievement reached the stage where he could easily create immortal weapons? Based on the given fact, this was the most logical conclusion. However, Tong Ruobing had a hard time believing this fact. She knew how hard it was for mortals to refine any immortal-related products. This fact was true for her and someone like Yen Liling. No, something else is at play, she thought. Chen Chen disappeared before the cleanup, so this should be the time he received his fortunate encounter. From that time to now, only about 200,000 years have passed. So, even if he used time dilation, it was impossible for him to refine so many immortal weapons. Tong Ruobing knew that immortal venerables could not easily create immortal products for many reasons. The first one is that it took time to refine these things. The second reason is that they need to use a lot of immortal chi in the process. A few talented immortal venerables can resonate with the source chi space and use the immortal chi from there. But even then, their refining speed would not allow them to refine as many items as Chen Chen. If I want to find the truth, I must focus on discovering Chen Chen's ability. Tong Ruobing waved her hand to use a super gravity talisman to crush Chen Chen's new body. Then, she focused on the space crack that sent his body. She swiftly used her divine sense to detect the spatial energy released, trying to detect where this space was connected. Unfortunately, a mysterious power bounced her divine sense. Furthermore, her actions seemed to have activated something. The surroundings changed as thousands of space cracks appeared, followed by millions of Chen Chen. Tong Ruobing's face changed before calming down. She sensed that only a few hundred Chen Chen had the aura of immortal venerable, and the highest was still 4 leaf, while the rest were between 1 to 3 leaf. Meanwhile, most of the Chen Chens were peak quasi-emperors. Thundersword Rain Array, said all the Chen Chens in a strange harmony. Then, they raised their hand to each manifest 7 swords. All the immortal venerable Chen Chen had immortal artifacts, and Tong Ruobing noticed these artifacts were on par with 6 leaf. The swords then formed an array that showered Tong Ruobing with countless mighty thunder swords. Damn it, thought Tong Ruobing as she watched the sky covered by powerful thunder and lightning swords. Her analysis of Chen Chen was that he was a lightweight and only relied on the weirdness of his body. But now, she realized he had means on par with her 7-leaf strength. The previous conversation affected my state of mind. She realized Chen Chen's accusations affected her on a subtle level. She was angered and thus decided to defeat him effortlessly to show the difference between the two. However, such a mindset made her underestimate her opponent and become careless. So, Tong Ruobing reigned in her mind and entered a state of focus. Now, she only had one job, to destroy her opponent by all means. Elemental Immunity Talisman. Tong Ruobing placed a talisman on her forehead. Then, with her current fleshly body on par with Mu Lei, she rushed into Chen Chen's group, intending to annihilate them one by one. Her slim and petite body blocked all the swords and thunder, rushing forward with unparalleled momentum. The armies of Chen Chen then suddenly changed tactics. Their sword array no longer released thunder attacks but focused on the sword's sharpness. This method rendered Tong Rubing's elemental immunity useless. Tong Ruobing followed them and blessed her with a physical damage immunity talisman. However, Chen Chen's group would respond by changing their mode of attack. Their way of fighting was as versatile as hers. Unfortunately for Chen Chen, Tong Rubing's current state was the embodiment of what made body refiners terrifying. They were unkillable. No matter the obstacles or power thrown at them, their flesh can block it. As such, although Tong Rubing's progress was slow, she was steadily approaching the army. Then, when she was only a few kilometers away, Chen Chen changed his formation. The Immortal Tears one moved to the back while the Quasi-Emperors one moved to the front. Did he want to consume my stamina? Normally, Tong Ruobing would have sneered. After all, once cultivators reach a particular realm, numbers of lower tiers simply do not matter. It's a fact that billions of quasi-emperors cannot kill even the lowest one-leaf immortal venerable. However, she also knew there was no absolute between heaven and earth. She knew anything was impossible. So, she was on guard, which was the correct decision. After punching the first quasi-emperor Chen Chen, she discovered their bodies were refined with the absorption rune with the purpose of draining her. She even deduced Chen Chen might have planned this battle down to the tiniest detail. Two can play at this game, thought Tong Ruobing before taking out a talisman from her space ring. This talisman was not created by her Dao or using law resonance. This talisman was one of the physical Immortal Tears talismans she refined. Clone army, millions of Tong Ruobing manifested around the main one. So, a weird scene formed on this battlefield where an army of Chen Chens and Tong Rubings faced each other. Although these clones have 50% or less of my strength, it's enough, thought Tong Ruobing before ordering them to attack. Eastern Quadrant, Wang Wei had opened his eyes, gazing at the battle between these two. However, he had a pondering frown. Why is Chen Chen's fighting method, no, his essence, so similar to cyborgs or robots from Earth? Cyborgs, robots, and puppets might seem the same thing from different civilizations, but Wang Wei knew their essence and ideologies were different. Puppet Dao's origin was to create artifacts that imitated creatures, and the way puppet masters fought was similar to summoners. The way Chen Chen fights is similar to the robot of Skynet instead of a puppet master, analyzed Wang Wei, who felt something important was at his grasp but could not catch it yet. Moreover, his mindset is also similar to robots who believe flesh life forms are limited. Wang Wei felt Chen Chen's last humanity was due to his obsession with defeating Tong Ruobing. Otherwise, this symptom would have been even more prominent. Am I overthinking about this, or is there really a mystery? Thought Wang Wei, his frown deeper. He decided to investigate. Most of the time, when his mind cannot stop working, it usually indicates he is about to create some fantastic idea or theory. Although the majority of the time, these theories are nonsense. But the time he was correct, he usually discovered some of the fundamental truths of the universe. Wang Wei tried the easy way out and divined the answer he wanted. Of course, he found nothing. He expected this outcome, but he hoped he would be lucky and had to skip all the work his brain was about to do. Then, he used a Karman thread connecting Chen Chen to the mechanical puppet world. His eyes penetrated infinite distances and saw this heaven will in a far distant world community. Wang Wei became cautious and read a small section of the entire world's fate line. He experienced countless battles with the people of this world. This world is weird, and Chen Chen is even weirder. The cultivators in this world developed Puppet Dao to the peak. And what Wang Wei found weird about them is the way they battle is not like typical summoners. Instead, they fought similarly to Iron Man, where their puppets were their exoskeleton suit. People and civilization change, so it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility for changes to occur, analyzed. The cultivator world is very pedantic and obstinate, for lack of a better word. So, it's normal for the way they do things to not change after trillions of years. This fact can be seen as one of the prices for their long life and immortality. So, Wang Wei did not rule out that someone would have introduced a new method or ideology for Puppet Dao. Such a genius appeared in the shape of his ancestor, Qiyuan, who defined the entire civilization. However, Qin Chen's mindset is indeed different from the rest. Influences. The cultivators from the mechanical puppet world viewed the fusion with puppets as a form of body cultivating. Their bodies will acquire certain properties of puppets, like wooden skins, indestructible metals, and enhanced physical stats. When injured, these cultivators can use resources like spiritual ores and woods to heal themselves swiftly. However, Qin Chen is different. The way he heals is similar to robots that mass-produce parts of their bodies and can replace them. Qin Chen treats his body as a machine with replaceable parts, and his general attitude is not that he is a unique body refiner. Instead, he treated himself as a different race or species. So far, there is no indication he looked down on humans or flesh life forms. However, he did display some level of superiority by the tone of his voice and actions, analyzed Wang Wei. Right now, he could tell Qin Chen was overwhelmed by his obsession. So, he has not shown much for him to analyze. However, the thing he revealed made Wang Wei raise a few high eyebrows. So, what is it that my mind is telling me I miss? Thought Wang Wei for a moment before focusing on the mechanical puppet world. He hoped this direction would lead him to the answer he wanted. Could Qin Chen's change be explained by the person who created the mechanical puppet world's cultivation system? Could that person be someone from Earth? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as if this was a possibility. He and the human emperor were both reincarnated from Earth, so it was not impossible to have a third person. One of Wang Wei's theories was Hong Jun was responsible for the cracks that swallowed him before his reincarnation. And his purpose might be to reincarnate others into different chaos worlds. Wang Wei focused on that world, trying to divine more information. He frowned because he could not gather any information from the person who created their system. The latter should at least be a pseudo-eternal emperor, he analyzed before focusing on divining essential information. This world is a new heavenward world? Wang Wei discovered a significant piece of information. The mechanical puppet world was the world that replaced the nine-devil god world. In the lower dimension, there is 3,800 heavenward world, but one went missing after Wuhong sealed the nine-devil god world. However, after a while, true heavenly Tao chose a new world to upgrade and take the position, and that world is the mechanical puppet world. Wang Wei frowned. Although this information was important, it was not the one he needed. So, he removed his gaze from that world and focused on Tong Ruobing and Qin Chen's battle. I cannot determine whether the shift of puppet Tao is the result of someone else from Earth reincarnating, pondered Wang Wei. However, my intuition tells me this is not the crux of the issue. Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes as he analyzed trillions of information, trying to connect the dot. Qin Chen's robotic aesthetic, 7 deadly sins, Buddhism, Phoenix, Western ideologies and mythologies. Click. Everything suddenly clicked together. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. He knew from Wuhong that the entire chaos universe was based on Eastern mythologies, ideologies, and concepts. And Earth is the only place with other races or ethnicities. However, Western influences can be detected throughout the chaos universe. The first example is Qin Chen's robotic aesthetics and how he composed himself. However, there are other examples. The second was the 7 deadly sins from the devil primogenitors. Eastern ideologies have things like 7 emotions and 6 desires, but the concept of 7 deadly sins originated from Christian mythology. Then, there is Buddhism, which originated in India. Buddhism was not brought to China during the Han Dynasty, which was more than 2,000 years before modern times. When Buddhism reached China, the human emperor, the Qin dynasty emperor, had long died and reincarnated. Well, unless he cultivated and was hiding somewhere in the world, most likely, his famous tomb. Chinese culture has long assimilated Buddhism and become ingrained in its ideologies, myths, and way of life. So, maybe it's not the perfect argument, analyzed Wang Wei. However, there is irrevocable proof for this theory, the phoenix. The Chinese phoenix is a bird that looks similar to the peacock and has 5 colored tails. However, after Western influences, the phoenix is more often portrayed by the Western phoenix that looks like a flaming bird. Even the concept of nirvana and immortality was a foreign concept assigned to the phoenix in modern times. Maybe all the others can be described as statistical probabilities. However, the phoenix is different, thought Wang Wei. It's an innate demon, one of the noblest races between heaven and earth. Their births or designs should be created by only one person, Grand Tao. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Grand Tao would never make a mistake. So, what's the reason for these anomalies? The answer is simple. Just like Grand Tao wishes to influence the prehistoric world, it has also influenced the chaos universe and even Grand Tao. Wang Wei's breath became smoother and his mind calmer. He followed his line of thought and refined his theory. This influence can take the shape of individuals reincarnating from the prehistoric world. Or, it could even be on a higher level, affecting the essence of the entire chaos universe. Rho alpha d alpha and nu the main point is Earth. There is something extraordinary about it. Wang Wei suspected the reason science and technology are taboo is not that it's from the prehistoric world but because it is from Earth. Maybe, the prehistoric world is not the taboo, but Earth is. Wang Wei took a moment before noticing another anomaly on Earth. Hongjun is real, meaning the other characters from mythologies are real, including Tagatha, the founder of Buddhism. Tagatha should have lived for millions of years, if not more. Meanwhile, the founder of Buddhism, Gautama Buddha, existed more than 2,500 years ago from modern times. Forget the timey-wimey things going on. Unless Tagatha reincarnated as an Indian monk, he could not have created Buddhism on Earth. So, how to explain the discrepancy? Wang Wei could not explain this anomaly. No, he did not have another wild theory, but there was not enough information or any substantial basis for this theory to even make sense to him. Wang Wei reined in his thoughts to prevent his mind from going on a tangent. Instead, he focused on Earth. If Hongjun is real, there is a high chance people like Yahweh, the Christian god, Odin, Zeus, Vishnu, Sango, the African god, and Amaterasu, are also real. Assuming that is true, what is the state of these people? How powerful are they? What are they planning? I have karma with Earth. Will it involve me? Wang Wei immediately had an intuition that the answer to this question was positive. Damn it, Hongjun. Although I'm thankful you helped me reincarnate, I'm not happy to get involved in all this mess. Wang Wei secretly cursed before taking a deep breath to calm down. Empyrean realm is the minimum requirement to survive and navigate through primordial chaos, reaching other chaos worlds. However, I won't step foot in the prehistoric world until I become a peak paragon. If possible, I would like to wait until I become half-step transcendence. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he warned himself. Additionally, he will never return to Earth alone. As of right now, that place looked like a place of trouble. Anyway, I don't have to worry about my parents. Even if they die, I can revive them or travel through the river of time to see them again. After making this decision, Wang Wei focused on his theory. If things from Earth are taboos, then why can the human emperor and I be reincarnated? He deduced. Two possibilities, Hongjun and possibly these other guys, protected the reincarnated individuals. This possibility is feasible since Hong Hun could protect him from Grand Tao after he created the science and technology world. The second possibility is that we fit the Eastern standard of the chaos universe, so we are not affected. However, if someone else of a different race or ethnicity were to try, Grand Tao would not allow it and annihilate them. Wang Wei frowned as the second possibility opened the doors to more speculation. I can rule out the possibility that Grand Tao is racist. Well, unless someone created it and made it that way, calculated Wang Wei. If it's not this reason, then this will involve the chaos universe. Wang Wei has long speculated there were other chaos universes beyond this one. After reading so many novels, it is the only logical conclusion. So, this chaos universe is not very inclusive, the rules only favor Eastern ideologies and mythology. So, there should be other chaos universes, ones that are inclusive and ones that favor one race or ethnicity. If I follow this logic, Earth is special because it has a connection to other chaos universes. Wang Wei took a deep cold breath as he realized the significance of this discovery. This secret is a little too big. He could imagine the consequences if the universe knew Earth was connected to another chaos universe. No, the idea that other chaos universes exist is not something many people, including paragons, could fathom. If people knew of Earth's status, Wang Wei could imagine how many people would desperately try to go to another chaos universe, especially the peak paragons who have reached the end of their cultivation journey. I am just a little quasi-emperor. Why do I need to know all these earth-shattering secrets? Wang Wei could not reveal the wry smile on his face. He finally understood what it meant to be burdened with knowledge. Chen Chen vs. Tong Ruobing, 3. Wang Wei exhaled softly, calming himself down. He continued to observe the battle between Chen Chen and Tong Ruobing. By now, the two were in a deadlock as Tong Ruobing's clones were on par with Chen Chen's army. Tong Ruobing calmly watched the confrontation between these two groups. Her brilliant eyes indicated she was going more than just observing. Then, when the number of clones dying reached a certain threshold, she acted. Talisman formation. The clones stopped simultaneously before creating a small talisman before them. It looked like a small rectangular paper with writing on it. Then, the talismans floated in the air and fused into an enormous formation. As such, an enormous talisman paper manifested between heaven and earth. Subsequently, a purple ball of destruction descended from the talisman and annihilated all of the Chen Chens, not leaving a single particle. Regardless, Tong Ruobing did not celebrate her victory yet. And as expected, not long afterward, another Chen Chen manifested. However, the great talisman city's sect madam frowned. There is no spatial or any energy fluctuation, he just appeared here, analyzed Tong Ruobing. He is losing more of his humanity. She understood the calm and rational part of Chen Chen's side was slowly taking over. And that's why the latter used more subtle means to send the army. He doesn't want me to track where the spatial cracks lead to, continued Tong Ruobing. If Chen Chen's humane side made mistakes that he could exploit, then the other side would not make these mistakes. Or worse, can rapidly learn from these mistakes. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon M's talisman formation above their heads did not dissipate. Instead, it changed the runes written on its surface. Then, a thread came from the talisman to somewhere in the void. Tong Ruobing swiftly used a void-breaking talisman to travel in the direction of that thread. A portable swallowed her, and soon afterward, she found herself in a place with nothing but a mountain in sight. This place is full of earth energy. Even the earth laws are more active than the others. Unfortunately, Tong Ruobing did not have time to understand her surroundings thoroughly. So, after a brief scan with her divine sense and a short analysis, she focused on her objective. She gazed in the distance and saw the thread led to another hidden dimension. So, she used another void-breaking talisman to rush to her destination. Tong Ruobing stepped into the void portal, surrounded by one of her most potent defensive spells. After reaching her destination, her eyes squinted because of what she saw before her. What a wonderful creation, she muttered, gazing at a towering city floating in the air. With her knowledge, Tong Ruobing could instantly tell this city was an immortal tier artifact, and the grade was on par with Seven Leaf. Your compliment means nothing to me, suddenly said a grandiose voice emanating from the city. I don't understand, said Tong Ruobing. Your accomplishments are not worse than mine. So, why the animosity? I'm aware of this. Defeating is only the proof I need to show the world this fact. And what better way to display this fact than when everybody in the myriad emperor world is watching? Tong Ruobing secretly shook her head. Although her words were true, she knew she had an overwhelming advantage over the latter. Her Dao heart and state of mind were considerably above Chen Chen. And even if the latter defeated her, his fate might not be ideal. The Chen Chen he knew would forever be dead, replaced by someone or something else entirely. Tong Ruobing's analysis was more correct than even she knew. Chen Chen's very existence was twisted and changed after that technique, so it was hard to tell whether he was still the same Chen Chen. The victor has yet to be determined, countered Tong Ruobing. In the short interactions, she already discovered many of Qin Chen's anomalies. She looked at the floating city and saw that only Qin Chen's occupied the place. Furthermore, a majority were refining puppets, to be precise. They were manufacturing themselves and their body parts. Has he dealt with the clone issue? She pondered. All professions will face the same issue, their lack of productivity. Every alchemist wished they could refine more pills, and the same for weapon refiners or talisman makers. So, they've attempted to solve the issue, mainly through the use of clones and puppets. The idea is to have multiple versions of themselves refined, thus increasing productivity. Sadly, this method failed. Most clone methods are useless, and the few unique ones are restricted since there is a limit to the number of clones that can be refined. And the same issue appeared when puppets were used. They were incapable of refining anything, even if the professional linked their souls to the puppet. That's when the ancient sages discovered that this was one of the limitations of heaven and earth. After studying this method, the ancient sages and wise man concluded heaven and earth favored the development of the individual or the self. So, if any professions want to increase their productivity, they only need to improve their ability to refine more things at once. For example, a talented alchemist like Yen Liling can refine hundreds of furnaces of quasi-emperor pill at once. And the lesser the grade of the pill, the more furnaces she can refine simultaneously. But, it seems Qin Chen no longer has this limitation, analyzed Tong Ruobing. Have you discovered it? Asked Qin Chen, his voice originating directly from the city. I no longer have the same limitation as pure flesh lifeforms. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu Tong Ruobing felt uncomfortable by his tone and words. Do you think this makes you superior to us? Superior? No. Better in many ways? Yes. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, these are one of the many obstacles cultivators have to overcome during their journey of pursuing the Tao. I won't talk about the first three, but have you escaped the shackles of death? Asked Tong Ruobing. However, Qin Chen did not respond. I once read that the lifespan limit of all sentient beings that have not proven the Tao is 1 yuan epoch. Tell me, has your new identity broken through this limit? Qin Chen was silent. His body has no issue living past this limit. After all, as long as there are resources between heaven and earth, he can replace many of his parts. However, the flesh aspect of his new evolution manifested in the form of his soul. And unfortunately, his soul cannot live for so long. Should I abandon my flesh? Pondered Qin Chen. No, my uniqueness derived from my soul, so nothing can happen to it. Plus, if I did that, I would be nothing but a puppet spirit race. I guess the answer is no, said Tong Ruobing with a sneer. There are so many races superior to humans or flesh and blood lifeforms, as you put it. However, we have risen to the top of the food chain. So, your existence means nothing to me or other flesh and blood lifeforms. You cannot affect our status. Tong Ruobing understood that as long as the system of heaven will exist and is the only way for any sentient being to escape the shackles of death, it did matter how powerful and unique a race was. In the end, they will be mortals destined to die. Eastern continent, Wang Wei watched this battle. However, unlike Tong Ruobing, he knew more and saw further. Qin Chen is deteriorating at an alarming rate. During his conversation with the heaven-devouring emperor, he talked about fixing himself after becoming an eternal emperor, most likely through existence reconstruction. But now, he believes he is a different creature, a new race. Wang Wei frowned as he felt something more was at stake. Qin Chen's behavior is similar to robots from science fiction back on Earth. This fact further proves that the prehistoric world, or Earth, was influencing the chaos universe. However, Wang Wei felt things were not that simple. So, his brain began to work again, trying to analyze and deduce the truth. An experiment, he muttered to himself. What if Qin Chen was an experiment that Grand Tao was doing? Using robots or cyborgs as a blueprint, create a race that is half flesh and half machine. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he connected many dots. From his knowledge, Qiyuan's actions made the Eternal Ascension world the center of the chaos universe. And even if he did not completely succeed, a tremendous amount of destiny concentrated on this place. This would explain why things like the 10 Supremacy Foundation originated from this place. And in the future, there will be more. Wang Wei shifted his thinking to wondering why Grand Tao would create a new race. The reasonable argument would be that the creation of a new race benefits the development of the chaos universe. Thus Grand Tao created them. However, this argument falls apart after considering the racial characteristic of robots, resource destroyers. Give a robot a few yuan epochs, and they could mine the resources of an entire heavenward world. And give them a few million yuan epochs, they can do the same to a chaos world like the Eternal Ascension world. Grand Tao, who is about balance, would never allow the existence of such a race. So, why create such a creature? Could my theory be wrong? Wang Wei's eyebrow furrowed. No, I fail to take into account the current situation. If it's true my future self is battling it out with Grand Tao, the latter might create such a race as one of its pawns to destroy me. Wang Wei could see how devastating it would be for a race like Qin Shen to become paragons and take over an entire chaos world. Their fighting potential in any war would be catastrophic. If I follow this logic, Qin Shen's existence is not a chess move of Grand Tao, but myself. He planted it here so I can know and prepare. No, even the existence of Kai Song has the same purpose. Wang Wei understood his future self's action. He needed to either subdue Qin Shen or steal his ability and destiny and transfer it to Kai Song. The only way to fight robots is with robots. Last chance. Qin Shen looked at the place where Tong Rubing's last trace existed a few seconds ago. He waited a while to see whether something would happen. Is this the end? He muttered, his voice no longer cold and indifferent. His current self could not identify his emotions, but it was a mixture of sadness, relief, regret, and longing. He sent a few more clones to check the area while ordering others to use divination artifacts to detect whether she was alive or faking it. And when the result arrived, Qin Shen was quiet. Then, he started laughing like a maniac. His cold voice was incredibly eerie as it echoed throughout the city. Qin Shen felt he wanted to cry, but his body was no longer capable of producing and releasing tears. As such, his tearless crying or laughing made him even more maniacal. Then, he stopped as his facial expression kept changing. The rapid process made him look contorted, as if someone had purposely deformed his face as a form of punishment. A few minutes later, he returned to his emotionless state. The last flaw of flesh lifeforms was removed. Now, I can focus on cultivating and producing. Qin Shen felt he had a mission to reproduce as many puppets as possible, and they had to be as strong as possible. And now that he removed his obsession and sublimated his state of mind, he can focus on this sacred mission. Sigh. Qin Shen suddenly heard a deep and powerful sigh, full of disappointment and regret. He looked around and used all his detective measures, but he could not find anything. Is my auditory system malfunctioning? Is it time to remodel the main body? He thought. This was his first instinct before changing his idea after checking his body. There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Shen frowned, thinking about what was going on. Then, he sensed a fluctuation and gazed outside the city. He saw a talisman suddenly manifest, and Tong Rubing's body appeared. That should not be possible, he muttered calmly, with no fluctuation in his voice and tone. I checked thoroughly. How could she still be alive? While Qin Shen was baffled, Tong Ruobing was feeling similar emotions. To be precise, she was wary. The death substitute talisman should have been activated immediately, she analyzed. Tong Ruobing knew the danger of this battle, so she spent a great deal of time refining talismans to save her life. However, something went wrong. Someone tampered with it, delaying my revival by a few minutes. Her expression became ugly. She knew only 2 people with the strength to do such a thing while being utterly undetectable. And these 2 both cultivated the Tao of life and death. It should be him, she thought, thinking about the handsome guy with gray hair and a reassuring smile that hid true terror. For Tao overlords, all sentient beings between heaven and earth can turn into their chess pieces. Tong Ruobing knew the importance of information, so she did her best to gather information on Wang Wei and Di Tian so she knew about the Supreme Outlaw trials. She even communicated with the Great Talisman City's ancestors to learn more knowledge. They warned her to be extremely careful when dealing with Dao overlords. According to the ancestors, this title is not just a symbol of intelligence and resourcefulness. Throughout heaven and earth, there are many people whose intelligence is on par with Dao overlords, but it does not mean they are one. A Dao overlord represents someone who knows their mind and its flaws and can control it and not allow other people to use it against them. It is someone of extreme willpower who will not give up until they breathe their last breath. Dao overlords are the ultimate manipulators. According to tests she and her ancestors made, Tong Ruobing knew her intelligence was equal to a Dao lord, with a talent for charisma, as she has a natural affinity with people, easily getting them to trust her. However, she is still a long way compared to Dao overlord. I was right, there is something special about Chen Chen. Otherwise, he would never pay attention to him. Tong Ruobing immediately felt this place was about to become the center of a tremendous storm. And now, she needed to consider whether to stay or leave. There is no point in staying here, the strength difference between us has already eliminated me from this confrontation, she analyzed. However, I am not one to suffer without getting some benefit. 5 elements cutting wool talisman, 5 colors, blue, red, yellow, green, and white, appeared before her before fusing into a wheel with 5 colors. The wheel rotated at an alarming speed before rushing toward the city. The spinning wheel cut through the city's protective array like a sharp metal sword cutting wood. Then, it did the same for the Chen Chen puppets trying to get in its way. Swish! The wheel cut the city in 2, revealing the core where the main Chen Chen resided. However, Tong Ruobing did not even glance at him since she knew this guy's fate might be miserable. With a wave of her hand, she placed half of the city into her space ring. This was great material for talismans or even refining an immortal weapon. Although Tong Ruobing's accomplishments in weapon refining are not on the same level as Chen Chen, she could fuse countless talismans with this destroyed immortal tier weapon to create a unique talisman weapon. Rho Alpha D Alpha and new talisman weapon, that's a great invention, she thought with brilliant eyes. Such an invention will grant her merits while also opening a new path for the talisman Dao. Furthermore, I can use this invention to reduce Origin Weapon Mountain's enormous control of the weapon industry. Tong Ruobing smiled before teleporting away. A wise choice since the situation changed immediately afterward. An enormous hand descended from the heavens toward Chen Chen. What is the situation? He thought calmly. A moment ago, he was thinking about Tong Ruobing's anomaly and how to deal with her. Then, the next second, she took advantage while transformation, energy reserve and defensive system were at their weakest to split into 2. Then, before he could react, he found himself incapable of moving as the hand of God descended on him. Bang! Another colossal hand appeared and blocked the first one. This level of power, it should be them. Chen Chen was still calm, with no emotions like fears, dread, or any negative emotions that would affect his mind. It seems the plan has failed. The current priority is to find a way to survive this encounter. Then, his facial expression changed. He tried to connect to his other self and use their mind to calculate a survival method. Unfortunately, he discovered the connection to his other self was suppressed, making it extremely difficult to access. Why are you intervening in things that do not concern you? Said a deep voice, and Chen Chen recognized it. Wang Wei. I should be saying this to you. Di Tian. Chen Chen knew the situation had reached a dire level. Bang! A third hand appeared. Chen Chen noticed it was more feminine, with long nails that he sensed were deadly. Moreover, he felt this hand was more illusory as if it was not easy to detect. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, are they competing for me? He analyzed. Wang Wei seemed to want to either kill or capture me. However, Di Tian is not allowing him. Chen Chen knew only by using the confrontation between these 2 titans would he have a tiny chance of escaping. This thought had just reached his mind when another powerful aura manifested above him. He saw a giant spear heading straight for him. Luckily, a fist descended and blocked the spear. Subsequently, a cauldron and another hand arrived from Wang Wei's side. However, they were also stopped. A phantom of a shield swiftly blocked the colossal cauldron, while the phantom of a Taotai manifested, trying to swallow the final hand. The hand resisted by releasing a terrifying vibration that could annihilate the surrounding space. However, the Taotai swallowed these vibrations with little to no effort. In a short confrontation, the Taotai seemed to have the advantage. Chen Chen thought this would be the end, and this group would continue their confrontation with the people who showed up. However, he was wrong. A third hand appeared from Wang Wei's side. The hand was purple, and Chen Chen could sense a vast quantity of Yin energy emanating from him. A zombie? Or some unknown Yin creature? Western Quadrant, D. Tian watched the confrontation with calm eyes. This should be his loot from defeating Yin General. He squinted his eyes. If he's willing to reveal such a thing that can be used as a trump card in our battle, then he must really value Chen Chen. After concluding this outcome, he knew he could not allow the latter to succeed, granting him more advantage. So, he contacted Gao Buqin and commanded. Release it, we must stop them at all costs. Son of Grand Dao and Wang Wei. Primordial chaos, a heavenly temple, heavenly book paragon floated in the air with a book floating before him. His eyes closed, deep in concentration. A river of chains manifested behind, and some chains will enter the book. Subsequently, the array in this temple will also release mysterious power into the book. Heavenly Book's life is legendary by all accounts. He was once nothing but a mortal scholar. However, after an accident where his wife became sick, he reversed her and his fate, thus becoming a fate star. Then, with the gift from Grand Dao, the heavenly book, he slowly rose. The book showed him the rise of a peerless genius in his world. After countless battles and numerous fortunate encounters, the genius became a peerless heaven chosen that broke the barrier between mortal and immortal. Heavenly Book used the book to steal this genius, along with many of the heaven chosens of his generation, to rise to the top. However, even with such a tactic, this genius became one of his greatest challengers. Then, in the final battle, he defeated the latter, proved the Tao, and became an eternal emperor. In his mortal life, Heavenly Book had 3 events that defined him. The first one was when he became a fate star. The second was his supreme outlaw trial, since this was the first time his book was utterly useless. And the third was his battle with that genius. After proving the Tao, Heavenly Book discovered his treasure was useless. However, he did not care since he expected this outcome. Furthermore, he learned to be independent of the book during the Supreme Outlaw trial. So, he used his own power to make the book more powerful. After his ascension, he used his wisdom and the intelligence-gathering capability of the book to become one of the most powerful paragons in the entire Chaos universe. After reaching his peak, he pursued higher realms with no success. The Heavenly Book and his Heaven Tao made it easier for him to gather knowledge and secrets. Regardless, his attempt was futile. Then, he realized there was no further realm. He needed to create it himself. So, he began to prepare. However, at that exact moment, the second origin battle began. Qiyuan and numerous paragons began to gather allies all over primordial chaos. Heavenly Book Paragon knew his chance might be coming, so he began to observe Qiyuan and his group. He was one of the few people that realized Qiyuan's true objective was not to make the Eternal Ascension world the destiny center of the Chaos universe. Instead, the latter was trying to summon a legend that originated from the early eras of the universe, the ultimate taboo, also called the Path of Transcendence. Heavenly Book observed Qiyuan's plan, and with his own analysis, he realized this plan would not succeed, at least, not entirely. Qiyuan's plan would allow the universe to enter an era where paragons were no longer supremes. However, he would not create an age where people above the paragon realms were as many as dogs. After predicting Qiyuan's failure and the fate of the people participating in the ultimate taboo, he began to prepare for his own plan. He knew he needed knowledge and information about what happens in the ultimate taboo, so he cultivated a few paragon subordinates and sent them to the ultimate taboo. Secondly, he knew many people would die in this event. So, heavenly paragons began to plan for the power vacuums in all these powerful chaos worlds. And for the last step of his plan, he wanted to turn his heavenly book into a story of the entire chaos universe. He believed someone would rise to become transcendent, and such a person would be the protagonist of the universe. Unfortunately, things are not proceeding as smoothly as he wanted. Although there is progress, it is not enough for him. Muttered Heavenly Book as he opened his eyes. He saw more paragraphs appear in his book, and the process was suddenly accelerated. Did something happen? Heavenly Paragon had grand ambitions and wanted to achieve detachment. However, the recent slow progress made him contemplate whether to use the shoddy methods from the ultimate taboo and become half-step transcendent. He will then use his newfound power to complete the book before cutting himself and returning to the Paragon realm. After all, what is half-step transcendent before true transcendence? But now, the progress of his book suddenly accelerated and at an alarming rate. Heavenly Book looked at the artifact before him and pondered. According to my analysis, no one can achieve transcendence without facing Grand Tao. This act could be a test or a confrontation because Grand Tao does not allow the existence of transcendence. Regardless of the truth, this fact does not change. And currently, the protagonist is in a battle with Grand Tao. This battle has affected the past, present, and future. Heavenly Book squinted his eyes. The only explanation this book has suddenly changed is because of their battle. Something must have happened that alters the course of the battle. So, Grand Tao decided to create a new pawn in the shape of me. His eyes did not hide his sneer. Heaven and earth is a chessboard. And if someone does not have the strength or the intelligence, they can only be pawns. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nuam Heavenly Book looked at the book, and two names caught his attention, Son of Grand Tao and Wan Wei, he muttered. However, the paragraphs in his book were not complete enough for him to gather more information. So, it is one of those two, he thought before trying to deduce the information about either of them. And as expected, his attempt was futile. It doesn't matter. I can guess where one of these people was, the Eternal Ascension world. Qiyuan's action did work in some ways as the Eternal Ascension world gathered a tremendous amount of destiny after the event of the Second Origin War. So, if there is a protagonist, it is one of the few places where the latter could rise. The Eternal Ascension world, muttered Heavenly Book. Things are a little complicated. Although I have raised these 8 pawns, the presence of Supreme Unity and Maitreya makes it difficult for me to intervene, Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. However, in a few of these worlds, half-step transcendence appeared, making his hard work useless or rendering it impossible to use these pawns. After all, no matter how intelligent he is, in front of half-step transcendent, that can kill him with one finger, it's extremely dangerous trying to do anything under these people's noses. Is it worth the risks? Thought Heavenly Book. Even if I found the protagonist now, it would be useless without the proper time nexus, and those are rare. However, the more advantage the protagonist has, the more valuable a pawn I am to Grand Tao. Moreover, time is on my side. The situation of Grand Tao will become worse as time goes on. Heavenly Book does not favor it in this battle, and the main reason was due to the 2 other people who succeeded in transcending. Of course, the main reason for his lack of confidence in Grand Tao was the information he gathered. Their battle rippled across space-time. And based on the clues he deduced, Heavenly Book knew things were not going well for Grand Tao. No, my thinking is wrong. I still need to find the protagonist and observe his growth. Otherwise, even if a time nexus appeared, it would be useless to me. So, I must take the risks. Heavenly Book took a moment to plan how to minimize the risks while also getting what he wanted and more. Previously, there was a balance between Supreme Unity and Maitreya. However, recently, she seems to have the advantage. I can use this situation to get in touch with the Eternal Ascension world. So, I need a way to get in touch with Supreme Unity and give him a way to return the balance. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. There are 2 things he would need from me. The first one is another method of becoming half-step transcendence. he would definitely want to learn something from it. Heavenly could get such a method from other chaos source worlds. However, the process would be very challenging and require too much time. Additionally, he did not want to give such a thing to Supreme Unity and allow the latter to fix his flaws and become more powerful. Based on his apprentice with 2 physiques, he might be searching for a way to divide his existence into 2. Heavenly Paragons knew a madman who succeeded in such a thing. Although the latter was hiding in a dangerous place, it should be no problem for him to go there and get the method from him. Okay, let's see if I can tempt him with this method. The only issue is how to contact him without Maitreya's knowledge. However, Heavenly Book took less than a second to think of a way. Many people have been attacking the Eternal Ascension world, and his 8 pawns can barely keep up. So, as long as she sent someone who overwhelmed them, either Maitreya or Supreme Unity would have to intervene. Heavenly Book waved his hand to send a message. Then, a peak boundless paragon rushed toward the Eternal Ascension world. I cannot place all my hopes on the Eternal Ascension world. One of these people lives there, but where is the second one? Heavenly Book stood up, and the river of time bent to his whim. Then, using its power, he traveled through the infinite primordial chaos as if it was a swimming pool in his backyard. Heavenly Book and Supreme Unity. Purple Kunpeng Paragon looked at the 7 defeated individuals before him and secretly sighed. He could not help but think about how the mighty had fallen. He grew up learning about all the legendary characters that originated from the Eternal Ascension world. And during the Second Original War, he participated in a few events even though he was on an Empyrean. In that era, there was no way a single boundless paragon like himself could have so much influence on this chaos world. No, even most peak boundless paragons do not have such an ability. This world was reduced to such a level, he thought while comprehending the true horror of his master, since he knew the latter was partly responsible for the Eternal Ascension world's current state. Purple Kumpeng internally shook his head before continuing his mission. He waved his hand to create a massive purple hand containing immense power. This hand made the surrounding primordial chaos shake. The faces of the 7 moons changed as they immediately knew they would not survive this attack even with their formation. Lord, save me. Matriarch, save me. These 2 voices echoed in the void, full of fear, despair, and hope. Eternal Ascension world, a corner of the universe, 2 people sat cross-legged in the void, a few meters from each other. Immense power emanated from their bodies, trying to influence a gray fog. However, it appeared as if their attempt was futile since the fog remained the same. These 2 knew the outcomes even before tying. They only wished to exile the fog from the world. Or, at the very least, slow down its spread. Suddenly, the 2 opened their eyes as they sensed something. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M, watch your tone, warned Maitreya. I'm not one of your lackeys. Anyway, I saved them the last time. Now, it's your turn. A paragon's speed can be described as immeasurable, defined by measurement units of infinity. However, in the eyes of these 2, such speed is slower than a turtle crawling. They can use the short time before Purple Kunpeng's attack reaches its destination to have a long and normal conversation. Supreme Unity frowned as he pondered whether it was worth saving them. Then, he finally took action. Maitreya did not care and closed her eyes. Currently, all she cares about is why the dark truth has spread its tentacles to the Eternal Ascension world. Meanwhile, an unusual light flashed deep in Supreme Unity's eyes. He gazed outside the world, and his projection manifested. As soon as he showed up, he took no action but Purple Kunpeng's attack. Dissipated, the young boundless paragon's facial expression changed. He could not understand how his attack was dealt with. So, the fear of the unknown overwhelmed his mind for a few seconds. In this brief moment, he experienced the feeling of falling from the top of the food chain to the second place. His emotions became agitated, similar to when he saw the power of a great emperor as a mortal. Luckily, anyone who can reach such a realm has the highest state of mind and Tao heart. So, he suppressed his instinct fear and swiftly bowed to this projection. Lord, my master wishes to see you. Supreme Unity calmly looked at him, his eyes cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotions. Before coming to this place, he knew an opportunity would present itself. Hence, he acted in a way that Maitreya would send him here while not being suspicious. So, he calmly waited for this person without saying a single word. Purple Kunpeng was sweating profusely. As a higher dimensional being, his body should not secrete any odors or things such as sweat. However, standing before this man's gaze, his existence as a higher life form seemed to have been forcefully changed and reduced to a lower creature, thus inducing reactions of lower life forms. Purple Kunpeng controlled his trembling body as he activated what his master gave him. Then, a projection of Heavenly Book Paragon manifested above his head. Lord Supreme Unity bowed Heavenly Book to salute. In the past, the man before him was not his opponent. However, his current self cannot survive one finger against him. So, he had to bow and salute. As for things like pride, for a person like him with grand ambitions and determination, he knew pride was worth less than dog shit, especially regarding things like transcendence. As long as his plans succeed, the situation will revert, and Supreme Unity will be nothing but an ant to him. So, forbearing for his future is an easy task for him. Supreme Unity remained quiet, without a single word. His eyes gazed at Heavenly Book's projection, deducing countless secrets of heaven and earth. However, to his surprise, he discovered he could not find the latter's real body. There was an unknown power hiding him, his heaven-defying power. Heavenly Book remained calm as he guessed what the latter was doing. A god would never discuss anything with an ant, let alone negotiate. The only exception is if God has a good personality. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu however, as an intelligent ant, he would not count on the benevolence of God, especially since he knew what kind of person Supreme Unity had turned into. So, before the meeting, he entered one of the few forbidden areas of primordial chaos where the power of half-step transcendence would not work. "What is your purpose?" asked Supreme Unity, his tone not fluctuating in the slightest. "I came to make a deal." "Deal? About what?" "I have a way to get a method of dividing the existence into two separated but connected parts." For a moment, some emotions appeared in Supreme Unity's cold and old eyes. However, it was so brief that it was not detected by anyone, including himself. Supreme Unity immediately tried a second time to deduce Heavenly Book Paragon's whereabouts. Sadly, the result did not change. Then, he squinted his eyes as he looked at the handsome man before him. He and Maitreya knew someone supported the rise of their current subordinates. Unfortunately, they have been cultivating since reaching their current realm and have no time or desire to deal with this issue. Furthermore, the vast difference in power between them and Heavenly Book Paragon made them indifferent. No matter how brilliant of a tactician Heavenly Book was, it made no difference to them, given how easy it was to kill him. Additionally, the latter removed his tentacles after their return and never intervened in the affairs of the Eternal Ascension world. "What do you want?" he asked directly. "Two things. Firstly, I wish for some of my forces to have free room to move in the Eternal Ascension world." "Reason?" "I am looking for something, and it might be here." Supreme Unity frowned. He did not know whether the latter was telling the truth, half lie, or complete lie. "I will allow it," said Supreme Unity. "Next. I want your transcendent technique." Supreme Unity squinted his eyes, and Purple Kunpeng suddenly exploded into nothingness, along with his master's projection. There was no aura or any actions besides moving his eyelids. Luckily for him, he was a boundless paragon and the embodiment of the concept of eternal. He soon revived himself with a pale complexion. He could tell his Tao foundation was injured, and it would take him millions of yuan epochs to heal. However, he did not say anything. His achievements today were due to his master's support, not to mention his fear of the latter. Finally, his experience with such an entity might benefit him if he can learn something. "Do you think I would agree to such an absurd request?" "That depends on how much the knowledge I have is worth to you," replied Heavenly Book calmly. "Do you think your information is as valuable as mine?" "A trade has to be equal." What I offer is valuable because it's something you absolutely need and something only I can acquire, countered Heavenly Book. One of the truths he learned only in his life was knowledge was valuable. As such, even though the person before him was more powerful than him, the latter did not have nearly as much information as him. You're from the infinite domain world, right? Suddenly asked Supreme Unity. Your Excellency, there is no point in threatening me. I value nothing in that place more than my ambitions. Pain flashed in his eyes as he said these eyes, but it quickly faded. Your current situation is not ideal, continued Heavenly Book. So, your best option is my offer. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating an objective fact. Supreme Unity was silent as the latter was correct. Although the dark truth brought some peace to his battle with Maitreya, he knew his situation was not the best. Maitreya seemed to have dealt with most of the drawbacks of her method. Then, the path of Buddhism in the lower dimension has begun to flourish, and true heavenly Taoist resistance to his control has drastically increased recently. Chapter 8:12, I'm in a hurry, so this chapter is also not properly edited. Wu Ming could not contain his excitement. His reaction was so intense that the trillion people outside watching wondered what made the palace master of such an ancient lineage have such a reaction. However, this could not be helped as the offer made by Wang Wei was too exciting. Wu Ming knew his Wu clan could not completely control the Origin Rune Palace even with the Dao opening sect's help. His objective is to buy enough time for the clan to cultivate a great, preferably an eternal emperor, but he won't mind a pseudo-eternal like that bastard Hai Yuan. As for him, he never thought of proving the Dao for multiple reasons. A part of him has a deep fear and awe of Wang Wei ever since their first encounter in the Spirit Road trial. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. In truth, Wu Ming undervalued himself. Just like Tong Ruobing said, Wang Wei's idea was nothing but that, an idea. She had to work hard and use her talent to turn it into reality. And the same is true for Wu Ming. Furthermore, his actions of infiltrating the Origin Rune Palace is something that even Wang Wei praised him for, admiring his boldness and wisdom. So, Wu Ming has become a true heaven-chosen worthy of the title. Sadly, his Dao heart is flawed. He acquired a deep awe and respect for Wang Wei after the latter gave him the idea of the totem warriors. And this awe prevented him from directly confronting Wang Wei, which eventually led him to participate in this battle as an ally instead of a true participant. Wu Ming's plan for himself was for the future. After controlling the Origin Rune Palace and leaving a deep foundation for his family, he planned to seal himself and wait for the future before proving the Dao. He hoped one of his descendants would become emperor, wake him up, and wash his karma. But now, he might have another chance. Wu Ming took a deep breath to calm down. Regardless of his experience, he was still the leader of an ancient emperor lineage. So, most people could not compare to his state of mind. Sect Master Wei, could you tell me about this chance? It's not that I don't believe you, but such a thing. Wang Wei understood his concern. After all, no one in the history of this world would dare say they could make other people emperor. So, he pondered for a moment before revealing how he could send Wu Ming into the upper dimension to prove the Dao. Such a method is indeed feasible. Despite his words, Wu Ming had a frown on his face, and Wang Wei could deduce why. I don't think it's possible to return to the lower dimension, he continued. From my calculations, true heavenly Tao might allow you to send a projection to preach to the world and maybe even leave your emperor scripture, artifact, and array to your lineage. However, I'm not completely sure about that. What about immortal venerables and Tao ancestors? Wu Ming wanted to leave a foundation for his Wu clan. You might be able to refine the immortal mansions and grand Tao source seed in advance and leave them in a space ring. However, as I said, I do not know how flexible true heavenly Tao will be. In the end, you might not even be able to interfere at all. Wu Ming nodded as he understood this was something no one had done before. Maybe some emperors ascended to the upper dimension with some talented heaven-chosens that proved the Tao. But no one sent people to the upper dimension while staying in the lower dimension. If everything works, this method can allow me to leave a deep foundation for the Wu clan, thought Wu Ming to himself. However, there is still a major flaw compared to the orthodox method, insurgents. It is not simple for great emperors to train insurgents for their clans. The process usually requires time and resources. And certain insurgents, like Array II from the Origin Rune Palace, require an emperor to personally cultivate using plenty of resources and his own grand Dao source. And Wang Wei's method does not allow for the creation of these kinds of insurgents. The only way to remedy this situation is to use unique qi from the source qi space that can create potent insurgents. Wu Ming knew this was the only solution to this problem. However, from the records he read, the source qi space was a dangerous place, and it was not easy to find powerful insurgent-level qi. Fine, I agree with this deal, said Wu Ming. Although the sect's luck will not be in the Wu clan's control for the next 200 generations, it was a small price to pay to control an emperor's lineage. Furthermore, until that time, the Dao Opening sect will act as their protector and remove all dissidents that try to harm the Wu clan's benefit. Of course, Wu Ming has planned to prevent the Wu clan from being dissatisfied with this deal once they become powerful. He could foresee the great emperor of the Wu clan becoming unhappy about this deal and trying to end it. So, he would leave methods to prevent that from happening. Wu Ming knew with the current Dao Opening sect, even an eternal emperor could no longer act willfully before them. Excellent, said Wang Wei with a smile. Wu Ming's deal made him aware of something he had overlooked, the luck of the ancestor lineages. So, he decided to sell the emperor's spot to these factions, and the price will be to borrow their faction's luck during his reign in the lower dimension. He plans to do the same for the ancient clan. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu luck blessing of these factions should greatly boost comprehension. His plan will condense the luck of the entire myriad emperor world for him to use. This is one of the reasons he was confident in cultivating the Empyrean realm in the lower dimension. But now, if he adds the special luck of these factions, he will receive another buff that can increase his chance of success and reduce the time he needs. Of course, he knew these factions might not agree easily. Unfortunately, they won't have a chance. I'm glad we can come to an agreement, said Wang Wei. I'm sensing a but, added Wu Ming. Yes. I need you to do something for me. But the process will be unpleasant. Wu Ming briefly pondered, unpleasant but not dangerous. There is a certain level of danger, but it is within the limit of your strength. Wu Ming did not immediately agree. Can you give me more information? Wang Wei nodded. There is a participant in this battle that I cannot find. Cannot find? What do you mean? I cannot detect his presence or whereabouts, no matter the method, replied Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Who is it? Feng Heng. The Tai Profound Gates traitor? Muttered Wu Ming. He's that capable? Feng Heng has always been low-key in this generation, and few people know how powerful he is. Wang Wei only nodded but did not explain. Shi Fui, the monk who possessed Feng Heng's body, was a master of hiding. During his life, he has hidden from countless emperors and even used the forbidden zones to hide from eternal emperors. So, even by using his current third-class strength and capabilities, Wang Wei did not find where he hid. What exactly do you want me to do? I'm worried that when I'm at my weakest, Feng Heng will strike. Wang Wei feared that Feng Heng would hide until after his battle with Di Tian. Then, while he is still weak and healing, sneak attacks him. So, I need you to wait by my side and prevent this from happening. Wu Ming pondered for a moment before his pupil dilated. You want to use some methods to control me? Yes. I cannot entrust my life to you, so I need to temporarily control you. However, we will take the necessary protocol to ensure that it's only during the battle. Wu Ming frowned as he repressed the unpleasant feeling in his mind. Why do you need me when you have your generals? Wang Wei paused. I have a feeling they will be in the same shape as me by the end of this battle. And some might even have to leave. Wang Wei did not think it would be easy for his team to deal with Di Tian. In that case, he needs to prepare in advance for the worst-case scenario. How strong is Feng Heng? Asked Wu Ming with a slight grunt. So far, he displayed the limit of 7 leaf. However, his trump cards should be quite threatening. So, I will give you a Dao artifact for safety. In that case, I agree. Wu Ming came so far, and his plan was so close to success. So, he decided to bear this unpleasantness. Excellent, huh? Wang Wei suddenly paused as he looked somewhere. He smiled brilliantly. It seems luck is on my side. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 8:13, Philosophical Clash. Heaven will battlefield, an unknown location. A young and handsome man floated in the air, with flame all around him. However, he appeared not to be affected by his environment in the slightest. Furthermore, a weird atmosphere surrounded the young man, making it appear that he did not exist between heaven and earth. He held a pair of brown meditation beads, shining with brilliant golden light. The young man had no hair and wore a monk cassock. Oddly though, the cassock contained the yin-yang diagram of Taoism. These two contradicting philosophies perfectly blended with this young man, giving him a strange aura as he became the embodiment of heaven and earth. And this was not the only contradictory thing about this young monk that was perfectly fused into one. Unlike his youthful appearance, the young man contained an aura full of vicissitude. So, although time did not leave any trace on his face, anyone who met him would know he was old and gained countless wisdom through experience and the roughness of life. Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes, and the power of yin-yang manifested. If anyone gazed at him now, they would see the universe's evolution. They would understand concepts like changes, life, death, birth and aging, creation and destruction. They would see the relationship or interconnection between all opposites. Feng Heng's calm and old gaze looked into the distance. I can't believe someone found me. Despite his calm tone, he was genuinely surprised. He knew his ability more than anyone else. Although he is currently limited by the fact he is no longer in a soul or spirit state, his hiding ability is still one of the best in the world, if not the best. Yet, a participant of his generation, discovered him. A space crack manifested, and someone walked out. Zhen Biyu? Asked Feng Heng with a frown. He recognized the person who arrived but instantly felt something was wrong. Lord Feng Heng, it was not easy to find you. Feng Heng continued to observe her, playing with his bead. Layman, it seems there is no hostility between us. So, why are you seeking me? This is a battle until the last man standing. So, what if I don't have any animosity with you? Victory is reason enough to seek you, Zhen Biyu replied calmly, her green dress dancing with the same rhythm as the flame. Her eyes were full of wisdom and brightness. And Feng Heng immediately knew what he felt was wrong. The Zhen Biyu he met before had pure and innocent eyes. Her temperament was similar, devoid of complex emotions or intense desires. Furthermore, she had natural Dao rhymes emanating from her body because of her pure heart that allowed her to have the highest affinity possible with heaven and earth. However, the person before him had almost lost all her Dao rhyme, replaced by an intense power of the 5 elements. Finally, her eyes contained deep wisdom and a well-hidden fighting intent. Feng Heng resisted the urge to ask who she was because of the tremendous change. So, he secretly used the Buddhist spell, True Heart, to see if she was like him, an old monster who possessed the former Zhen Biyu. Luckily for him, she appeared to be her true self. Good, it seems I don't have to deal with a new and unknown variable, thought Feng Heng. True, he replied to her. However, something tells me this is not why you spent so much effort searching for me. Are you here because I betrayed the Tai Profound Gate? Feng Heng felt things were not that simple. After all, the relationship between the Tai Profound Gate and the 5-element Balance Palace was poor, to say the least. They would be happy the gates suffered after the betrayal. You are partially correct, replied Zhen Biyu. Although our palace has contradictions with the Tai Profound Gate, we can agree on one thing: the rise of Buddhism is not permitted. Feng Heng briefly paused as he once again felt things were not that simple. The world is vast, why can't both our religions exist peacefully? The world might be vast, but resources are finite. Furthermore, only Taoism can be the main religion of the myriad emperor world. Feng Heng knew his words were useless. After all, the contradiction between Taoism and Buddhism involved luck and destiny. So, it's virtually impossible for them to exist peacefully. Since ancient times, when one is in power, the latter will be weakened and suppressed. The rise of Buddhism is the trend of heaven and earth, said Feng Heng with a deep sigh. He had support from the upper dimension and heavenly Taoist protection, so he knew the rise of Buddhism was as unstoppable as the arrival of the new glorious era of the myriad emperor world. As such, Buddhism's rise can be delayed, but it cannot be stopped. As long as I prove the Tao and become an eternal, I can delay the rise of Buddhism for a few hundred generations. And during this time, my 5-element balance palace will have plenty of time to prepare. She's completely different from the information I gathered, thought Feng Heng, thinking of the character analysis his spy team made about the latter. Did the palace create the change in her personality because of the lack of battle prowess of the pure heart? The pure heart was one of the ultimate states for comprehending the Tao. However, it had a weakness, weak battle prowess. Countless battles and killings are needed to cultivate a peerless heaven chosens. However, too much killing will ruin the innocence and pureness of the pure heart. So, it's impossible to cultivate any battle genius with this talent. No, they would not ruin such a talent. The pure heart will manifest its horror in the emperor realm while comprehending the grand Tao source. So, the palace must likely create a second personality while sealing the pure heart. Feng Heng remembered the Bodhi heart emperor from the incense era. He was a genius from the Buddhist sect with a pure heart. The Buddhist sect used this method to cultivate him into a peerless pseudo-eternal emperor. All these thoughts flashed inside Feng Heng's mind in less than a second. Then, he smiled before saying, "Layman, I guarantee you cannot prove the Tao if I cannot." Zhenbiyu squinted her eyes after sensing the ruthless dedication and will behind these words. Feng Heng would die with her to prevent Taoism from proving the Tao in this generation. And since he had already laid the groundwork for Buddhism by fusing with Taoism's luck, it was a matter of time before the Buddhist sect rose again. With Taoism's luck and heavenly Tao's favor, countless geniuses will be born in Buddhism. And as long as one can prove the Tao, their revival is guaranteed. And if they cultivate an eternal emperor, they can prosper or thrive. Zhenbiyu immediately became on guard. She came here for 2 reasons. The first was due to the order of the 5-element balance palace. They calculated that capturing and killing Feng Heng could be the catalyst for the revival of the palace. The Tai Profound Gate held most of the luck of Taoism in the myriad emperor world. After defeating the palace and chasing them out of the central continent, this was their trophy. But now, Feng Heng also had access to that luck after connecting Buddhism and Taoism. So, their sect can revive and return to the central continent as long as they get their hands on him. Of course, this was not the main reason Zhenbiyu spent so much effort searching for him, it was the excuse she used. The main reason is due to Emperor 5 Heart. The current Zhenbiyu was in a weird state. She was secretly influenced by the Emperor 5 Heart, changing her personality and state of mind to become the best fighter possible. However, she has no memories of things connecting her to Emperor 5 Heart. Regardless, the Emperor can get some information from Zhenbiyu. Recently, she felt something big was going to happen in the lower dimension. And her intuition even warned her of danger. So, she decided to take some risks. She decided to use this clone to forcefully absorb the luck of Buddhism to help in her cultivation. Then, she will run away to the upper dimension. After forcefully absorbing such a vast quantity of luck, increasing her cultivation by 5% in a very short period should be no problem. And this was not the only part of her plan. After true heavenly Tao closed the lower dimension, she decided to take even more risks and sent more than one clone to compete for the heaven will. So, she also planned to forcefully steal the luck of a few powerful and ancient emperor lineage to help her cultivation. Normally, her plan would not work since her artifact could not hide so many clones from heavenly Tao. However, the changes in the lower dimension gave her an opportunity. Feng vs. Shen I. Feng looked at her, his eyes and demeanor as peaceful as ever. He knew something was wrong with Shen the moment she showed up. He was very confident in his plan, so his tactic for this battle involved this ability. After learning from monk Wuxia that he had no chance of winning this battle, he investigated why the latter believed so and learned about the existence of the Nine Extremity Foundation. So, he planned to wait until the two titans, Di Tian and Wang Wei, decided the victor before confronting the weakened winner. And his plan worked for a while. No one could find him, even Wang Wei. And yet, everything changed as Jianghu somehow discovered his hiding place. No matter what method she used showed she is not simple, analyzed Feng. Could she be like me? Possessed by someone else? Cultivators often despised body possession as it's better to recreate a fleshly body. After all, it's extremely difficult to make a soul perfectly fit with a foreign body. So, there are a few occasions where body possession is used. The first one is poverty. Many cultivators do not have the means or resources to recreate their fleshly bodies. The second reason is to increase talent through possession. This method is one of the ways cultivated can remove the shackles of their talent. However, they still have to deal with the issue of essence and spirit not 100% fitting together. Then, there is the possibility of some emperor reviving themselves using the heaven will, pondered Feng. If that's the case, it would explain why she could find me. No, even a normal emperor cannot easily find me. It's harder for him to use his hiding ability now that he has a fleshly body. Regardless, he was still confident not any regular emperor could find him. Feng slowly stood up from his sitting position. He held the praying beads in his left hand while keeping his right hand in a praying position. I should be cautious of whether she is the real Jianghu. But, I can also take this opportunity to test her. Feng was peaceful at the fact his plan for this battle was ruined. He knew Jianghu's arrival already got the attention of either Di Tian or Wang Wei, most likely, the latter. And knowing how Wang Wei operated, he would never allow him to hide again. Regardless, Feng was calm about the entire ordeal. As for the reason? There are two, the first one being his new state of mind. After witnessing the revival of Buddhism, he became enlightened, and his state of mind was elevated. The depression, sadness, hopelessness, and heavy sense of mission he carried on his shoulder for billions of years were now removed. The second and foremost reason is that he has the heart of hope and the merit-proving method. As such, Feng knew he was fated to prove the Tao and become an emperor. With such a mindset, the battle, for him, was simply a way to enhance his benefit. If he could prove the Tao on his own and use the heart of hope and the merit-proving method, his strength would drastically improve. Losing is acceptable, thought Feng. However, I should also not give up until the last minute. Layman, let's begin. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. I am very proud of this Vajra Legion. Layman, please, have a try. Jianghu frowned. Monk, how about we don't mess around and skip these unnecessary steps? She wanted to save time fighting with troops. Legions are useless for geniuses of their level, unless they are truly unique. Jianghu was initially confident of winning this battle. However, after meeting certain people and using secret techniques to detect their strengths, she realized how laughable such an idea was. Nevertheless, she did not immediately give up. Her plans to steal the luck of Taoism can still benefit her. As long as she gets her hands on it, the trip to this battlefield would have been worth it. As such, she did not want to waste time with the monk in case something unexpected occurred. Please, replied Feng, shaking his head while simultaneously making a motion for her to make a move. She knew little about her opponent, while the latter probably knew much about him. So, the best choice is to use his troops to force her to reveal some of her abilities. Are you Buddhist monks all about compassion? Why are you willing to let these poor soldiers die right before you? How can you be so cruel? Taunted Jianghu with a sneer. The hypocrisy is one of the many reasons your sect was wiped out from history. Feng Heng did not react to her words. In his life, he had seen too many things, and this was not the first time he had heard these words. Furthermore, he knew the Buddhist sect's actions back then were wrong. So, he has learned from the past and prepared for his Neo-Buddhism. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu people often placed monks on a pedestal, replied Feng Heng calmly. They believed monks should be perfect beings dedicated to serving the people, beings with no flaws, negative emotions, or selfish desires. When the opposite is true. We are only human, with 7 desires and 6 emotions. Although we preach about compassion, we can also learn to be ruthless. Your words are contradictory. How can you be compassionate and ruthless, said Jin Biyu with a sneer. Unfortunately, this world is ruled by the powerful. And no one can become powerful without becoming ruthless. So, if any monk wishes to practice the way of compassion, they must first learn to be ruthless. As for the contradiction? Doesn't your Taoist sect believe in yin-yang? Replied Feng Heng with a smile. Speaking of ruthlessness, continued the young monk. Can you, Taoist priests, talk about ruthlessness? Using the excuse of inaction, many of you have watched countless horrors and human suffering and remained indifferent. Some of you even participate in these horrors under the belief you are doing the work of heaven and earth, under the belief of participating in the flow of nature. Feng Heng shook his head as he felt Jin Biyu's words were the epitome of the pot calling the kettle black. I guess there is no way to bait him into accepting my direct challenge, thought Jin Biyu, not caring about the latter's words. Although she cultivated the 5 elements Tao, she never considered herself part of Taoism. So, such a debate was meaningless to her. It seems we have to do this the hard way. Jin Biyu did not rush toward the monk and directly fought him. Such a tactic was reckless as the latter could use his troops to form a potent array, which disadvantaged her. So, she followed his rhythm and summoned her troops. Her soldiers wore yellow armor, and a metallic light would flash in their skins and eyes. Metal Legion? Thought Feng Heng before ordering his men to attack. A brilliant golden light enveloped his legion as they marched toward the enemy. Buddha Palm, the legion worked together as they used their formation. So, a towering golden hand descended from the heavens, suppressing the Metal Legion. Sharp sword, the response of Jin Biyu's troop was not slow. They gathered the power of the metal element into a formation to create a sword with unparalleled sharpness. They pushed this prominent attribute of the metal element to the limit. Boom! A terrifying sound and shockwave were generated from the clash of the gigantic yellow sword and the enormous golden palm. Spatial storms appeared in the surrounding area, leaving a devastating force in this area. The result of the attack showed these 2 troops were equal in strength. And yet, dozens of soldiers from the Metal Legion died while only a few people from the Vajra Legion suffered minor injuries. The reason for such a difference is simple: defensive capabilities. Jin Biyu's troops protected themselves from the chaotic energy of the clash with metal energy or power. Unfortunately, they were still leagues in difference compared to the fleshly body defense of the Vajra Legion. Keep attacking, ordered Feng Heng after seeing he had the initiative. So, his troop adopted a dead man tactic. They attacked with no regard for any injury, pain, or injury. Relying on their defensive capability far surpassing their opponent, they relentlessly attacked to create as much damage as possible. So, Jin Biyu watched as hundreds of her soldiers died in a few minutes. She knew things could not continue as such, so she changed tactics and summoned another legion, the Earth Legion. This legion is known for 2 things: defense and endless stamina. So, she immediately ordered them to work with the Metal Legion to change the situation of this battle. Designer's plan or selfish desires? Heaven will battlefield, northern quadrant. Designer sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by countless formations. A golden spear floated before him as he focused on refining it. The spear has the name of God Slayer, aptly named to show their respect to the 2 unparalleled geniuses they were going to kill with it. Designer was very focused, engraving divine runes on the spear. Strange energy could be seen entering the spear, and the potent pulse it emanated was a display of its ever-growing strength. However, Designer had a frown on his face during the entire process. So, after a few hours, he stopped the refining process. "What's wrong?" asked Parasite, who noticed the anomaly. "Alpha D alpha eta theta nu epsilon theta m, I know you fancy her, but this is not the time to think with your lower body. She is untrustworthy, and we must put the mission above anything else." A sharp aura suddenly emanated from Designer after hearing these words. He looked at Parasite, his eyes completely cold and indifferent. "It seems that becoming the mission leader made you forget yourself. Who do you think you're talking to? How dare you question my professional integrity?" Designer has always been calm during this mission, always following orders without questioning or complaining. As such, it appeared his status in the group was the lowest. However, it was the opposite. In the upper dimension, he had the highest status among all the spies sent to the lower dimension. And the reason for this is due to his accomplishment in weapon refining. In the Eternal Ascension world, the size of the upper dimension is trillions of times larger than the lower dimension, which is composed of 3,800 heavenward worlds, 100,000 greater thousand worlds in every world community, hundreds of millions of middle thousand worlds, and billions of lower thousand world. And this did not consider the mortal worlds with little to no spiritual chi. With such a large size, the upper dimension's population is simply unquantifiable. Yet, despite its size, the number of people with talent capable of creating an emperor-level weapon or talisman while still being moral will not surpass 100. Designer is one of these rare 100, thus guaranteeing his status. Because of his value, the Paragons offered him many benefits upon the success of this mission, including the authorization to become a Paragon and one of the rulers. Designer was intelligent, so he did not wholly believe in that promise. However, he knew he would still have plenty of benefits, including becoming a peak Empyrean. With his promising future, he would not compromise everything because of his fondness for Tong Ruobing. He was attracted to her in the first place due to her talent and the benefits she could bring to him. He knew Tong Ruobing's talent was not weaker than hers, and maybe she was more talented. His accomplishments were miles ahead of her because he had access to knowledge of a civilization extremely more advanced than her. So, with advantages in knowledge and resources, he can achieve things beyond her wildest dream. However, Designer knew how much someone of Tong Ruobing's talent could flourish in the upper dimension. So, he wanted to woo her and became her Tao companion. Then, they could work together to thrive under the protection and guarantee of the Paragons. I didn't mean that," replied Parasite, flustered by the terrifying aura released by Designer. He also remembered the latter's status as a genius weapon refiner praised and worshipped by many. "What I meant to say, I don't care what you meant to say," said Designer bluntly. "Before the plan succeeded, I warned you of the lower dimension suppression of Emperor artifacts." True. Emperor artifacts are a crucial aspect of an emperor's strength and play a more significant role in battles in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao designed the rules of the lower dimension to favor the emperor's path. As such, there are many restrictions in the lower dimension not applicable after ascending, one of which is the suppression of emperor artifacts. In the upper dimension, one of the most common ways for people to become insurgents is through powerful weapons. For example, a 9-leaf Immortal Venerable can easily defeat a 3rd-class or 2nd-class emperor with a potent emperor artifact. And the only reason lower leaves cannot achieve the same result is that they do not have enough immortal chi inside their bodies to fully utilize the strength of the artifact. They could still achieve the same effect as long as they found another treasure or some special technique that allowed them to store vast quantities of energy. And the higher the artifact, the more powerful its strength. Any emperor with more than 40% Grand Tao source can injure a weak Empyrean if they sneak attack the latter with an Empyrean artifact. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Om. Of course, the price would be the death of the emperor as the artifact sucks them dry. However, since they are eternal, it's not much of a price if they are cornered and want a way to save their lives. Then, there are Paragon artifacts that are strategic weapons. These things are so powerful that they still significantly affect the current political landscape of the Eternal Ascension world. In general, artifacts play a greater role in the upper dimension without the restriction of their power in the lower dimension. In the upper dimension, innate supreme treasures are on par with Empyrean artifacts and chaos supreme treasures rivaling Paragon artifacts. These weapons are innate treasures, born between heaven and earth. They usually have more unique abilities. Although they are generally weaker than Empyrean and Paragon weapons, the cost of using them is significantly less, so many people sought them out. Because of the importance of artifacts in battle, weapon refiners of Tier 10 and above are greatly sought after, especially talented individuals like Designer, who has a high chance of refining Paragon artifacts while still in the Empyrean realm. Most acquired artifacts are created by cultivators who slowly elevate their proving Dao artifacts. It's extremely difficult to create high-level artifacts without cultivating the refining Grand Dao source as a primary or secondary Dao. However, proving Dao artifacts are restricted by their owner's Dao, thus limiting their versatility. For example, an emperor who cultivates Fire Dao will have a fire-based artifact. If he wanted an artifact with another attribute or Dao, he would need a weapon refiner to create it for them. You never explained how Tong Ruobing will help in our situation, asked Yu Zhou, who wanted to alleviate the atmosphere. It's not feasible for us to activate this weapon without paying a terrible price. So, we need more people to bear the burden and reduce the negative effects, explained Designer. Tong Ruobing has an acquired source rune physique, making her the perfect person to bear most of the brunt of the formation. The group needs a unique formation to activate the weapon. Furthermore, she seemed to have a connection to an Emperor tier talisman, making the situation ideal for her. You have a point, but I'm not done, he said, squinting his eyes, and Parasite immediately stopped talking. The myriad Emperor world's heavenly Dao should greatly suppress us, as what we are doing is considered technically interfering in the heavenly battle. So, it's best to have someone like Tong Ruobing or Yan Guowei, who are native to this plane, to control this weapon and reduce heavenly Dao's influence. In truth, there is something Designer did not mention. The process of creating this weapon was extremely difficult at first due to the world suppression. However, not long before the final battle, this suppression suddenly decreased before stopping. He found this change odd but did not think too much about it. He thought the Paragons must have intervened to ensure the success of their mission. Designer further proved this theory after detecting no suppression in the battlefield when setting up the final arrangements for the weapon. Heavenly Dao would indeed favor the natives of this world, even though we acquired an identity and are now technically citizens of this plane, said Yu Zhou with a frown. Regardless, Parasite has a point. Tong Ruobing cannot be trusted. I'm fully aware of this, so I made precautions, said Designer. Both Tong Ruobing and Yang Guowei will not have control of the central core of the formation. They will only be batteries and users. Plus, we can take this opportunity to drain their stamina and prevent them from having the strength to betray us. It seems you have considered everything, nodded Yu Zhou, who gave the latter a look. He did not know whether Designer's objectives were purely for the mission or he had selfish desires. Regardless, he knew now was not the time to fight among each other. Furthermore, Designer did warn them of this issue beforehand. Fine, let's use your plan, said Parasite as a bug crawled out from his cheek and entered his eyes. And, this plot point should have occurred after Feng Heng's fight. However, I do not feel like writing any battle scenes today, so I moved it ahead. Chapter 8:17, Zhenbiyu ordered his troops to retreat. This battle revealed one of her weaknesses: she did not train her forces properly. In truth, she did not put too much emphasis on them. After the cleanup, she spent most of her time waking Emperor Five Heart's memory while also trying to hide her changes from the five-element balance palace. As such, she had no time to train her troops properly. Furthermore, she also did not think these cannon fodder soldiers would serve any real purpose in this battle. By underestimating the value of these troops, she failed to bring out their true values or train any peerless generals near the level of Li Jun or Di Jiaying. It's too late for regret now, as Zhenbiyu thought of the consequences. When dealing with people like Wang Wei, she will have difficulty bypassing their well-trained troops and peerless generals on par with most heaven chosen. While she was analyzing her next step, Feng Heng was already prepared. He combined with his troops to create a unique array, Golden Buddha Array. A magic circle enveloped Feng Heng as the center, allowing him to disappear. He then turned into a humongous golden Buddha towering over his opponent. Palm of regret. Feng Heng's Buddha form pressed its gigantic palm toward Biyao, who immediately felt her emotion running out of control. She heard countless voices telling her how she was stupid not to properly train her troops, forcing her into this embarrassing situation. However, these voices were only the tip of the iceberg. Soon after, Biyao found herself unable to control her thoughts. All kinds of regret flooded her soul, rendering her paralyzed. She regretted doing something as daring as deceiving Heavenly Tao and interfering in various world communities Heaven will battle. After all, such an act would definitely come to bite her back. Karma is not a joke. She regretted she never dared to ascend to the upper dimension because of the challenges ahead. Her action of cultivating in the lower dimension would be fine if it were simply out of caution. Unfortunately, she feared the fact that she was only a bigger ant in the upper dimension. As such, her avoidance has some effect on her Tao heart. Finally, she regretted how she treated some of her clones. A few gained sentience and had their own thoughts and ideas. However, she ruthlessly destroyed them for her selfish desire. As all these regrets flooded her mind, Biyao's primordial spirit began to collapse. No, I can't be overwhelmed by regret, she thought at the last moment before this technique finished her off. So, she used her fire Tao to purify her mind, entering a state of emptiness, allowing her to regain control of her mind. Simultaneously, a yellow shield containing the power of earth appeared above her head to block Feng Heng's palm. What a terrifying technique, analyzed Biyao. She is a great emperor with a deep understanding of the soul and mind. And yet, she still suffered from this palm. Even her decrease in strength cannot explain the reason for such a tremendous failure. I once heard that in the early creation of Buddhism, they only cultivated the soul and mind, believing the flesh was a burden to the path of enlightenment. It was only later they corrected this worldview. But, regardless of this change, the Buddhist sect has always been known for its soul and mind techniques. Without hesitating, Biyao created a 5-layered shield around her primordial spirit. Afterward, she borrowed the ability of her pure heart to allow her mind to be pure and free of distraction. No, something is wrong, thought Biyao. My mind has a small flaw. Although well hidden, it's there. Sadly, she did not have time to find the source of her flaw. Feng Heng's yin-yang eyes can see the flaw in all things. So, he immediately detected the flaw in her mind. Liberation of the mind. Buddhism believes in the liberation from negative emotions like fear and cowardice. And such emotions are usually the result of either lack of fundamental understanding of heaven and earth or worldly attachment. Biyao, or Emperor Five Hearts fear, originated from her desire for strength, power, and weakness. So, the second palm attack sought to liberate her from this fear. So, as Feng Heng's second palm descended from the heavens, Biyao once again found herself in a daze. She had the sudden urge to abandon all her ambitions of taking the heaven will and increasing her understanding of the grand Tao source. Over the years, I've spent so much time sealed in a lonely place, hiding from the detection of true heavenly Tao. For eons, I have not seen or spoken to anyone. If not for the memories and experience of my clones, I do not know whether I could survive the loneliness. Maybe, it's a good idea to live a normal life. Life in the upper dimension is not so scary. Many emperors have ascended and achieved great things. Since they could do it, why can't I? Why do I have to be afraid of something I haven't experienced yet? The more she thought about it, the better the idea was. No one wants to live in fear their entire life. So, now that she was awakened and freed her mind from her fears, she felt a heavy burden lifted from her shoulder. Bang! Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Umar Sea of consciousness trembled, and a flower began to bloom from her primordial spirit. At the last moment before her soul collapsed, her passive domain activated, and the wood Tao used life energy to heal her soul, waking her up in the process. Damn it, cursed Biyao. Boom! Her body flew thousands of meters away. Although she woke up from the mind attack, she was still too late, and Feng Heng's physical attack reached her. Luckily, a metal armor appeared on her body as protection. Zhenbai crashed into a sea of flame below her. However, she soon got back on her feet, wiping the blood in the corner of her mouth. She opened her mouth to swallow the flame in the surroundings to heal her injuries. Secret technique, myriad soul projection. Thousands of souls appeared in Zhenbai's sea of consciousness. These souls looked precisely like her primordial spirit, except they looked less tangible and more phantom-like. I can now redirect all his mind attacks to these soul projections, even if he targets the flaw in my mind. Zhenbiyu was calm despite her minor loss. She was not angered because her pride as a great emperor was injured. After all, most of her clones lose the battle for one reason or another. Although she placed more emphasis and resources on this clone because this generation had plenty of eternal destiny, it would not affect Emperor Five Heart if she lost. Palm of Compassion, Fengheng attacked for the third time, and the mode of attack was the same, a palm attack powered by a mind-based technique. However, this spell was even more overbearing than the first two. The palm did one thing, completely override the enemy's all emotions and turn them into pure compassion. So, anyone hit by this attack would turn into the kindness, most selfless, and altruistic individual between heaven and earth. Their mind will have no negative emotions. No, they won't have any other emotions like joy or a sense of accomplishment. They will only feel compassion and have the desire to display said compassion to the world. As the palm descended, Zhenbiyu frowned as she sensed her soul projections dying in the hundreds every passing second. It's truly a scary technique. Did the Western Pure Land inspire it? From this clone, she knew one of the Forbidden Lands could forcibly turn people into worshippers of Buddhism, even forcibly altering the nature of their grand Tao source. Luckily, his attack has not reached such a level. She took a deep breath to calm down before going on the offensive. A mighty spear composed entirely of flame appeared above her head. Under Zhenbai's control, it rushed toward the palm and easily destroyed it. Then, the spear continued to its destination toward Fengheng's golden Buddha form. Like any metal, after reaching its melting points, the fire spear burned through the Buddha, destroying the formation. Fengheng's genuine body appeared, floating above and looking down on her while frowning. This place is full of fire energy, boosting all fire techniques. Such an environment is too favorable to someone who cultivated the five-element Tao. Fengheng waved his hand to remove his legions and prevent them from suffering from calamity due to this battle. After all, these people are the first forces of Buddhism in this world. Palm of Love, the monk generated another palm technique, which seemed extremely rapid compared to the others. Zhenbiyu responded swiftly and blocked it. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. Her mind moved rapidly. Sadly, she was still too late. So, she watched how the flame in this entire dimension was extinguished. Zhenbiyu detected how her opponent forcibly changed the laws of this space, removing the fact that the fire laws dominated this place. Losing the home advantage? That's fine with me. Although she thought as such, she felt annoyed that she did not react in time to such an obvious tactic. Regardless, she had no intention of relying on the environmental advantage to win this battle. She had plenty of confidence in herself and her Tao. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 8:18. Fengheng calmly looked at his opponent, thinking about the optimal tactic to begin this battle. She has displayed excellent use and control of her Tao and a unique application of the soul. Although it should only be the bare surface of her ability, it is enough for me to deduce her capabilities. The only place I lack information is her physical prowess, so let's test it. Fengheng acted, and countless halos of different colors appeared above his head. Each halo had a different aura or emotions. Upon closer observation, Zhenbiyu noticed a few: halo of virtue, halo of suffering, halo of wisdom, halo of sins, halo of truth, halo of compassion, and so many more. After these halos manifested, they fused into Fengheng's body, turning him into a noble gilded man. The sound of a river flooding could be heard as Feng Heng's blood rushed through his veins. His heartbeat resonated with the space of this dimension, making it tremble with each beat. "The all-virtue Buddha golden body," said Jin Biyu in shock. "Oh, you know this technique?" asked Feng Heng with a frown. This technique has long been lost to time, and he was probably one of the few people in this world who still knew of its existence. So, after hearing Jin Biyu naming it, he was surprised while also confirming her identity was special. With this incident, he confirmed his theory that someone possessed her. He eliminated the possibility of reincarnation and waking up the past life memory because his yin-yang eyes saw the essence of her soul and did not detect the breath of reincarnation. Jin Biyu displayed a great sense of seriousness because of the origin of this technique. In the endless void, the myriad emperor world was not the only place that had an entire era ruled by Buddhism. And it was not the only place where these monks went mad because of the power of incense. Most world communities have one thing in common, the Null Era. After the innate acquire war, most cultivation civilizations were destroyed and had to start over. And the ones who survived with an intact inheritance also suffered tremendous damage. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao of most of these worlds saw an opportunity to start over, better than before. The other thing all heaven worlds and world communities shared in common was the rise of Buddhism. More than hundreds of world communities had eras ruled by Buddhism and practiced cruel methods of gathering incense. The rise of Buddhism appeared simultaneously across all world communities. Some worlds were ruled by Buddhism for an extended period, right after the Null Era, to be precise. The prosperity of Buddhism allowed it to gather too much destiny. As such, its backlash was so severe that its downfall occurred in the same generation. It's a shame that something went wrong with the absolute beginning emperor, and he wiped out the entire religion. There were rumors the all-virtue Buddha golden body originated from the upper dimension. But I know that's not true, thought Jin Biyu, a little flustered because of the origin and rumor behind this fantastic body refining technique. At the peak of Buddhism's prosperity, something fantastical occurred. 126 great emperors appeared from the Buddhist sect. In one generation, Buddhism accounted for 3% of all emperors in the lower dimension. Such a record was unheard of. However, what occurred next was even more remarkable. These 126 Buddhist emperors gathered and had a Dharma discussion, inviting the most talented monks from their worlds and factions for a meeting to discuss the Tao. During this meeting, countless new theories, thoughts, ideas, and schools of thought were created. And, of course, numerous brilliant cultivation techniques or spells. And the most outstanding achievement of this meeting was the creation of the all-virtue Buddha golden body. This technique contained the thoughts of millions of Buddhist monks from tiers 7 to 9. 126 great emperors, 3 of whom were eternal emperors. As such, the all-virtue Buddha golden body is considered one of the masterpieces of Buddhism and the most brilliant body refining technique in the lower dimension. Unfortunately, only true monks can cultivate this technique. Without true dedication to Buddhism, no one can practice this technique. Cultivating this technique requires a person to deeply understand Buddhist Dharma and condense halos from these understandings. So, people will often condense things like the halo of suffering, or halo of compassion, and so on. After condensing the halos, the cultivator has to absorb unique energy or resources based on these halos' unique Dharma before fusing them into their bodies. The fused halo will then temper the Buddha's skin, muscles, bones, organs, meridians, blood, brain, acupoints, apertures, and cells to an unimaginable level. Jin Biyu took a moment to rein in her shock. She did expect to see such a legendary technique in this place. However, what shocked her the most was the hundreds of halos surrounding Feng Heng. How could his understanding of Dharma be so deep? Rho alpha d alpha and nu no matter how heaven-defyingly talented a person is, they would need a long time to condense so many halos. No, I may spook myself out, analyzed Jin Biyu. The halos need resources to condense into reality before fusion. However, Buddhism has been destroyed for so long, so there should not be many resources after such a short revival. After figuring things out, she focused on the halos and noticed the majority were illusory and not fully condensed. Biyu sighed in relief after this discovery. She could not fathom how powerful her opponent's fleshly body would be if he condensed all these halos. After analyzing the situation, Biyu displayed her tactic to deal with this situation. She was not a body refiner. However, as a top heaven chosen, she knew how terrifying body refiners were and created ways to deal with them and make up for the gap. As such, a white and yellow slim armor appeared around her body. Immediately, her aura changed from a calm and peaceful Taoist priest to a mighty general with unparalleled momentum. Meanwhile, Feng had finished activating his fleshly body. He clenched his hand to feel the power coursing through his veins. It's a shame, he thought. The revival of Buddhism was too short, preventing him from gathering enough resources to cultivate his fleshly body. Otherwise, with his years of studying the Dharma, he could push the all-virtue Buddha golden body to an unprecedented level. Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, Mi glanced at his opponent before rushing forward. In an instant, he appeared before her as if he had teleported. A golden light flashed on his body as he punched forward. Bang! Biyu flew 100 steps backward, but her armor was intact, without a single scratch. Interesting. What kind of armor is this? Feng rushed forward and used a palm attack. He controlled his strength to penetrate the armor. However, to his surprise, the armor blocked the penetrating power of his dark strength. Feng did not stop after one strike but attacked with trillions of punches in a second. His fists moved so fast that it did not look like they moved to the untrained eyes. Meanwhile, Biyu tried to retaliate. However, there was too much difference between their physical stats, especially speed and reaction time. Gravity, with Earth Tao, she controlled the power of gravity, creating a gravity wave of 1 trillion raised to 1 trillion times normal Earth gravity. She wanted to push him away to give her room for maneuverability. However, Feng ignored her attempt as one of his punches sliced through this terrifying gravity like a hand plunging into water. This thing is so tough, thought Feng after seeing the small cracks he created with his assault. This level of damage was almost non-existent, especially since the cracks could heal independently. Luckily, he did gain something. He learned the specifics of this technique. Taoism believes all matter in the universe originated from the 5 elements. Biyu used this idea to create the hardest metal possible. Such a metal reached the level of Tao artifacts. And if she were not restricted by her 7-leaf strength, the hardness and density of this metal would probably reach Emperor tier. Feng squinted his eyes as he wondered whether any truly talented heaven-chosens that cultivated 5-element Tao could create such a metal. Or was it the result of whoever possessed Biyu? The crux of this question is not the metal level but whether someone can achieve such a level with only a mortal venerable strength. And the chances of that happening are very low. So, whoever it is, they must be an emperor or, at the very least, used to be a powerful insurgent. Feng knew some emperors used their descendants to revive themselves. However, his eyes did not detect any imprint from Biyu's body. So, he had to rule out this method. Well, it does not matter for now since I already found a way around this metal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 819, Feng vs Biyu, v. An unedited chapter. Feng did think of the flaw of Biyu's metal. However, she was not a passive fighter and let him have the dominant initiative in this battle. During their brief confrontation, she also had a battle plan when the enemy was trying to figure out her technique. Her unique metal created by the 5-element Tao was not only hard and indestructible but also contained another property, absorbing and storing power. As such, during the time Feng was assaulting her like a relentless dog after a piece of bone, she stored the force from his attack. Bang! Biyu's attack pushed him a few steps back, surprising Feng a little. However, the force was equal and even less than his actual physical stats, so he was not too worried. Boom! 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 Their two fists clashed, generating intense shockwaves that twisted the surrounding space. Their attack was on par for a while before Jianghu used the power of earth to increase her physical prowess. However, to her surprise, she could not outclass Feng Heng. The strength I stole from him won't last long. And his tactics seemed to delay until my ability was exhausted. In that case, let's use that technique. Plup. Feng Heng suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood after his fist clashed with his opponent. Huh? What happened? His mind worked faster than a super quantum computer. However, his enemy did not give him time and went on a tyrannical offensive. In less than a second, Jianghu punched millions of times, leaving fist shadows in the air that appeared as if she had thousands of hands. And with each attack, Feng Heng would vomit blood. However, the odd part is that he had no visible external injuries. Feng Heng made a blocking form by crossing his arm. Then, he analyzed the inside of his body. Lung failure? I'm sick. Thought Feng Heng, unable to hide the confusion in his facial expression. Jianghu's attack did not injure her internal organs or something of the sort. Her attack was inferior to his defense. Yet, his lungs began to fail, followed by his heart. His bones became brittle due to some infection in his bone marrow. Feng Heng mobilized his yin-yang eyes to discover the truth of his anomaly. The Buddha's five-element balance is destroyed. Is this a combination of five-element Tao and medicine Tao? Cultivators are not affected by mortal diseases. Although it's possible for a body-refining cultivator to be sick, it's very rare. After opening their divine sea, they become immune to 99% of mortal diseases. And by the supernatural realm, cultivators will be free of diseases. They can be injured but not sick. Of course, that only refers to mortal diseases. Some artificially created diseases created by cultivators for the purpose of killing are different. Jianghu's attack used medicine Tao and the theories of five elements related to the organs. She disrupted the balance in Feng Heng's body, making him sick and injured. What a wonderful technique, she probably created it especially to deal with body refiners. As he thought of this, he controlled his body, rebalanced the five elements, and cured his disease. However, Jianghu's accomplishment in the five elements was beyond him. As such, the process will repeat itself as soon as she attacks. Feng Heng frowned as his body became balanced and unbalanced. He discovered this method was a great tempering method of the flesh. However, it was not the time to be cultivating. He swiftly contemplated how to deal with the situation. The easiest method is to evade Jianghu's attack or use yin-yang to retain the balance. However, he chose a different method. According to his previous analysis of the latter's armor, he had two plans to deal with it. The first one was to use soul attack since Jianghu's armor was designed to deal with physical attacks. However, Feng Heng knew this method was not as effective since Jianghu would find ways to protect her soul knowing the effect of the armor. So, the monk chose the second method. This method would deal with the armor and take advantage of his current situation. Buddha feeding flesh, bang! Jianghu punched him. However, she was the one who spewed blood. Furthermore, the more she attacked, the more injured she became, forcing herself to stop. The Buddha's feeding flesh, muttered Jianghu. Huh? Do you even know of this? Feng Heng began to wonder about this person's identity. Meanwhile, Jianghu did not care. She has participated in hundreds of Heaven Will World and has lived since the ancient Emperor era. Although Emperor Five Heart was not from the myriad Emperor world, her clones experienced all the eras and learned many secrets. So, she knew of this technique and its origin. There was once a mortal monk who cultivated compassion. Although he had no talent for cultivation, he spent years understanding Dharma and practicing compassion. One day, he was lost in the desert, spending days without food and water. Then, he met a dying eagle in the same situation as him. Out of compassion, he fed the eagle his flesh, hoping one of the two would survive this ordeal. His action changed their fate as the eagle used the remaining energy he acquired to fly away and get help. Then, the eagle became the monk's companion. Later in his life, a cultivating Buddhist sect discovered the monk was a person with great virtue and merit, so he changed his fate and allowed him to cultivate. The monk eventually proved the Tao and became known as Compassion Heart Emperor, a first-class emperor. This technique was the creation of the eagle as he became one of the 4 protectors of the monk. With this technique, the eagle would take on the monk's pain, suffering, and injuries, protecting him from the world's harm. Later, someone modified this technique to transfer injuries to the opponent. Plop. Zhen Biyu spewed another mouthful of blood, despite not attacking. The reason was Feng Heng activated the hail of suffering and self-harm. This tactic allowed him to greatly injure his opponent while also activating the ability of the halo. With more injury and suffering, his strength will increase. Zhen Biyu's mind worked at an alarming rate as she analyzed all the information she knew about this technique and how to deal with it. Then, she rushed toward Feng Heng. The monk felt something was wrong, so he did not directly clash with her. Instead, he remained a certain distance from her as he self-harms through the halo of suffering. Zhen Biyu used Wu Dao for 2 purposes, healing and entanglement. Each of Feng Heng's self-harm attacks equals a blow from peak 7-leaf strength. Although she had similar battle prowess, her defense and fleshly body were too weak compared to a body refiner. Luckily, Wu Dao is the best healing Dao when pushed to the pinnacle. Then, she summoned a giant tree that filled the surrounding dimension. The tree had one purpose: entangle her enemy and buy her enough time. Ultimate Sharpness Sword. Zhen Biyu gathered the metal Dao and pushed the sharpness attribute to the limit. She slashes her hand to create an unparalleled moon-shaped sword slash. This sword attack was so powerful and brilliant that it would make most pure swordsmen blush in shame. And the target of this attack was the karmic string connecting her and Feng Heng. And as soon as she cut off the string, Feng Heng could no longer use self-inflicted injuries to wound her. Unfortunately, things did not proceed as smoothly as she expected. As a highly enlightened monk, Feng Heng deeply understood karma and cause and effect. One of his secondary Tao is karma, which he had to use his heart of hope to prevent having to undergo the outlaw trial. Luckily, he only cultivated as a secondary Tao and did not have to pay too deep of a price. So, the moment Zhen Biyu cut off the connection, he used his karmic law to generate a backlash that injured her primordial spirit. Zhen Biyu's face changed as she sensed the injury in her soul. She activated her D realm to confront Feng Heng while also pushing her Wu Dao to the limit. The backlash was more severe than expected, analyzed Feng Heng as he discovered an anomaly. His eyes changed as he checked something. She has no negative karma, however, she seemed to have a low resistance to karma backlash attacks. He evolved the power of yin and yang as he calculated the secrets of heaven and earth, divining something. She owes heaven and earth great karma? Who is this person? Although he was curious, he also knew this was not the time. So, he acted as he went on the offensive. Wrath of heaven, Feng Heng waved his hand, and the sky above changed. A phantom of a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, gazing directly at Zhen Biyu. Heavenly Tao? How is that possible? She thought with some horror. Chapter 820, Feng Heng vs. Zhen Biyu, 6. Zhen Biyu felt a deep dread rushing into her soul as she believed Heavenly Tao had detected her actions and chose to punish her for her actions. Such a situation was the worst result and something she had dreaded for countless eons. Calm down, she thought, using her willpower to control the fear in her mind. This body is only a clone with all my memories and experience. With the reincarnation clock, the clone's karmic connection with me can be hidden even from Heavenly Tao. And even if I were detected, would only lose another clone. Emperor Fiveheart completely controlled a chaos treasure, the reincarnation clock. With it, she has participated in countless heaven will battles and raised her cultivation to 49% Grand Tao source. Such progress was extremely fast compared to the best geniuses in the upper dimension. Although she had to remain sealed in one place for billions of years, it was better than experiencing the danger in the upper dimension. After calming down, Zhenbiyu could take time to analyze Feng Heng's attack. With her vast knowledge and experience, she realized the core of this attack, karma backlash. He noticed I had a deep connection with heavenly Tao and owed the latter great karmic debt. So, he used a technique that stimulated karmic backlash from heavenly Tao. Zhenbiyu sighed. She has participated in countless heaven-will battles in many world communities throughout multiple eras. However, she had never seen a generation so full of unparalleled talent. After the cleanup, her clone awakened all her memories, essentially turning the previous Zhenbiyu into a clone of 5 hearts. As such, she also took time to learn and assess this generation's heaven-chosens. As such, she realized how terrifying this generation was. There were so many people who easily broke the mortal-immortal boundary. Things like D realm, which are so rare, became the bare minimum to be considered a heaven-chosen. The 9 Extremity Foundation, which might not appear during an entire era, had more than one person. Emperor 5 Heart usually liked when her clones appeared in a prosperous generation. With her memories, her clones can reach the limit of power, 7 Leaf. However, if everyone in her generation were as weak as chickens, she could not display such a level of strength. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao will immediately notice the anomaly and destroy her clones at all costs. As such, most of her successful clones won using only quasi-emperor strength, and only a few generations could she use the power of Immortal Leaf. And this generation is only the 3rd time she could use 7 Leaf strength, and she thought she could easily win like the first time. She was guaranteed to win as long as she was careful and not schemed against like the second time. Unfortunately, this generation was too scary and had too many monsters. No, there were monsters who other monsters feared. After figuring out this fact, Emperor 5 Heart was briefly entangled. She knew this battle could give birth to a pseudo-eternal clone. 5 Heart was nothing but a second-class emperor. As such, she cannot become an eternal emperor using her clones. The heaven will and proving the Tao is the domain directly under Grand Tao's control. Her chaos treasure cannot hide under the latter's nose. However, Grand Tao rewarded her diligence, luck, and ingenuity, allowing her to cast her Tao will, turning her into a pseudo-eternal emperor. As such, 5 Heart hoped to cultivate another pseudo-eternal clone and see if she could benefit. However, after thinking about the anomalies of this generation, she decided she would not have high hope. She will not give up, but she will also not have high expectations for the final outcome. Subsequently, 5 Heart also chose to go after the luck of Taoism to make up for her loss in this battle. Karmic Flame Pillar. Zhenbiyu created pillars made of flame, containing the power of karma. She used karma to deal with karma. Zhenbiyu's Sea of Consciousness. Someone had a cube floating above their heads, looking at Zhenbiyu's primordial spirit. This person was one of 5 Heart's clones that revolted against the main body. She was the one who made a deal with Wang Wei. After so many years, she has no change in the slightest, thought the clone with a sneer. She despised her main body, living in constant fear. After shaking her head, she continued to plan. Feng Heng is a master of the mind, giving him an advantage over her flawed mind. And with his current displayed strength, her chances at winning are low, unless she has some truly powerful hidden trump card. After reincarnation, she had to erase most of her memories from 5 Heart to lessen her cause and effect connection with the latter, meaning she had no idea of her main Buddhist trump cards. After losing, her power will be at an all-time low. I can take this opportunity to subdue the second personality and return her to her pure heart state. She did not want to lose such a cultivation talent. The only problem is the main body. She would never allow clones to exist due to our threat. Just like 5 Heart can absorb the clones to increase her cultivation, they can also absorb her and reach the sky with a single step. I hope Wang Wei can keep his word and help me deal with her, she analyzed. She frowned before focusing on a more significant issue. This whole world is watching this battle, and the main Buddhist behavior should have exposed her identity. The clone did not think the 5-element balance palace would not notice the main Buddhist anomaly. By now, many people should have guessed something. If possible, I would love to keep my identity as heir. The main body understood better than anyone else the advantage of having a strong background. I could make it look like someone possessed the body, but the pure heart personality was not completely gone and resisted. And with the defeat at Feng Heng's hands, she took the opportunity to resurface. She contemplated the feasibility of this approach. It could work. However, the palace would not trust me as much as they used to, unless my strength reached a certain level or I could bring them benefit. The clone could think of an easy way for her strength to reach such a level, absorb the main body. However, doing so would cut off my path of becoming an eternal emperor. She squinted her eyes. The best outcome is to seal the main body and absorb it later after proving the Tao. However, such a method would require outside help. And I doubt Wang Wei will help me to such an extent. She understood that Wang Wei only needed to cut off her connection with the main body to pay his karmic debt to her. As such, helping her beyond that level would require compensation. Her chaos treasure is not enough since, in our deal, it was already decided it belonged to him. They agreed this treasure belonged to him when she made a deal with him, although not directly stated. As such, she cannot use it as a bargaining chip. Furthermore, there is the issue of strength. If he decides to go back on his words or even use force, there is nothing I can do. The clone knew Wang Wei was not this type of person, so she chose to make a deal with him without any contract or oath as a restraint. She believed in her judgment, so she used this tactic to deepen their relationship and encourage the development of trust. However, people can easily change, especially after acquiring power. With Wang Wei's Tao heart, he should not drastically change after proving the Tao. Regardless, he will still change. She immediately concluded she could not entirely rely on him. So, the best plan is to prove the Tao and become an eternal. Then, track down the main body and absorb it. This plan sounded simple, but there were too many problems. The first of which is how to prove the Tao. The clone did not want to seal herself for countless eons to wash away her karma. Such a long period is enough for too many variables to occur, including the main body detecting her presence. So, how can I prove the Tao as swiftly as possible? Countless thoughts flashed in her mind. The only way I can think is to ascend to the upper dimension. However, how can I get my hands on the main body if I do that? Ascension would require a Tao ancestor to take a mortal like herself. She cannot rely on the people from the sect since they are all restricted by the faction's Qi luck and cannot leave on their own. So, she would need to get the help of a loose cultivator Tao ancestor with the desire to ascend. With careful planning and calculations, I should be able to find someone. The issue is the main body in the lower dimension. Could I force her to ascend using our connection? Chapter 821, Feng Heng vs. Jianghu, 7. Feng Heng calmly looked as his opponent dispersed his opponent. His mind was not entirely focused on this battle. He sensed two gazes calmly watching this battle, and he could guess these two's minds, they won't let hide anymore. Has my heaven-will battle come to an end? Thought Feng Heng, with extreme calmness. Buddhism has three poisons: greed, hatred or aversion, and ignorance. With his deep dharma, he can control his three poisons, especially his greed. Of course, it also helped that his emperor path was not over. Heavenly Tao owed Buddhism great karma for their destruction. So, as long as he uses his heart of hope, adding his merit of reviving Buddhism, Heavenly Tao has to condense another heaven will for him. To be precise, true Heavenly Tao has to do so since the myriad Emperor world's Heavenly Tao has already used too much world source to condense this generation's destiny and heaven will. Although I can no longer continue this battle, there is still a way I can benefit, pondered Feng Heng. The five-element balance place holds some part of the Qi luck of Taoism. The palace is the origin of Taoism in the myriad Emperor world, so even if the Tai Profound Gate replaced them as the leader of Taoism in the world, they could not strip them of all their Qi luck. Jianghu is the heir of the place, thus connected to their Qi luck. As long as I get my hands on her, I can further strengthen the destiny connection between Buddhism and Taoism. After making a decision, he decided to go all out and end this battle as soon as possible. he did not know what those two were planning. And if he was not careful, the best-case scenario would be to become someone's chess piece, and the worst outcome would be his death. Feng Heng clasped his hands together, and his face full of compassion was replaced by a terrifying serenity. By now, no one would believe he was a peace-loving monk, showing how seriously he was taking things. In this battle, Feng Heng enjoyed using Buddhist spells and techniques. After all, this battlefield was no longer influenced by the absolute beginning magic. However, his Buddhist methods were not his best killing tools. Boom! Biyao suddenly exploded before crashing on the ground like a meteor. Her landing created a crater more than 100 meters deep. What is going on? She could not hide the confusion she felt. She did not see her opponent move, open his mouth, or even sense any law fluctuation. Without any reason or explanation, a potent attack landed on her, and she suffered serious damage. Even her passive damage barely reduced some of the attacking potency. Bang! Another indescribable attack arrived again. Biyao protected herself with a 5-element shield, but it was useless. The left side of her body was missing, and she looked as if some terrifying creature had taken a large bite out of her body. The phantom of a tree appeared behind her, and Biyao's body glowed with green light. In an instant, her body returned to its peak state, leaving only her tattered clothes as proof of her previous predicament. Swish! Biyao's danger sense took control of her body as she moved aside. Her action resulted in something cutting off her left arm, but she avoided being split into two from the middle. What kind of weird attack is this? She used all her experience to calm down and analyze the situation. Unfortunately, her face suddenly changed as she sensed something else. Biyao discovered she could not heal her missing arm. Feng Heng's D realm cancelled hers out, preventing her from healing. However, this was not the main issue. She sensed a power that would revert her body to the previously damaged state every time she healed. The law of time? No, that's the law of absolute beginning. Biyao encased her body in a deep black rock. However, this rock was not ordinary. Her technique was a simple condensed rock, however, she pushed it to the extreme. She generated enough earth to create a continent on par with a smaller heavenward world. Then, she condensed all that continent into a rock sphere using unparalleled pressure. The defense of this rock is even greater than the hardest metal armor she previously created. Sadly, it was useless. Feng Heng's next attack removed the side of her head, showing the half-destroyed brain. Luckily, she is a mighty cultivator. Her body was baptized by the law, generating a vitality, unlike any mortal. So, even with a half-destroyed brain, she can still survive for a while. Absolute beginning, she muttered Biyao as her eyes became bright as she remembered some of the Taoist scriptures she had read. If you revert the world to its absolute beginning, then we will reach the time of nothingness. But nothingness is formless, cannot be seen, detected, and is infinite. She understood the core of this technique. Feng Heng used absolute beginning Tao to control one of nothingness characteristics, formlessness. As such, his attack has no form and cannot be detected. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to myriad things, chanted Biyao. One of the first myriad things between heaven and earth is the 5 elements. When the world changed from formless state to a state of form or shape, the 5 elements were the cornerstone. Biyao used the power of the 5 elements to access the power of form, the antithesis of formless. With this method, her mind entered a state where she could not see her opponent's attack. Furthermore, she also used Feng Heng's absolute beginning power to revert her wood elements to the purest form when heaven and earth were first born. And with this pure, even primordial wood element, she countered Feng Heng's power and healed her injuries. She's a worthy challenger, thought Feng Heng after seeing the brilliant method the enemy used to fight against his attack. After studying the Absolute Beginning Sutra, this technique was one of his greatest masterpieces. It's unfortunate he could not develop this technique to a higher level, since that would require him to get involved in the taboo that is nothingness. Feng Heng calmly looked at his opponent as he continued his offense. He no longer used his formless attack, since he knew Zhen Biyu could detect and block it. Absolute end. Feng Heng waved his hand, and the surroundings changed. Everything turned white and black. Immediately afterward, Zhen Biyu discovered the vitality in her body was rapidly decreasing. I am aging. She felt her lifespan was passing at an alarming rate. In a few seconds, she aged more than 100 years. She generated a 5-element shield around her, but the thing also aged before dispersing. All things must eventually reach their absolute end, she thought. Incarnation of Earth, Zhen Biyu's body changed as a yellow aura emanated, followed by the earth mark on her forehead. Heaven and earth must eventually come to an end. However, they also have a terribly long lifespan and won't reach their fate after billions of years. With this technique, she embodied the earth itself, thus temporarily granting her a lifespan of billions. I can delay his technique with this method, but it's not enough, thought Zhen Biyu with a frown. Certain Daos are more powerful than others and give people advantages. And the absolute beginning-end Dao that touches on time Dao can overwhelm her 5-element Dao. So, when she meets someone on a similar level as her with such potent Dao, the situation will become difficult. She needs to use her ingenuity to push her Dao beyond normal boundaries. I should not be as passive, thought Zhen Biyu as she decided to use some of her trump cards. Bang! Their dimension began to tremble as a towering tree manifested behind Zhen Biyu, shocking Feng Heng and many people watching this battle. A high-level and mature world tree? Thought Feng Heng. World tree is one of the few spiritual plants with no grade and is purely based on how much it is developed. Furthermore, high-level world trees are sought after by both mortals and immortals. And that's because it can cultivate insurgents. Immortal venerables wish to fuse with it so their bodies can store an immense quantity of immortal qi. Meanwhile, Dao ancestors want to plant world trees into their inner world to become equal to great emperors. As long as they succeed, the world tree will allow them to use their inner world to control the grand Dao source to the same level as great emperors. Furthermore, world tree is a growable type of resource. As long as the tree continues to develop, it's possible for a person to remain an insurgent after becoming a Dao ruler and Dao monarch. In the upper dimension, most things that make a person an insurgent at Tier 10, Great Emperor, will be useless after reaching Tier 11, Empyrean, let alone Tier 12, Paragon. However, world trees are of the few resources that can accompany a cultivator for all their lives. Danger sense. Feng Heng swallowed countless pills from his space ring before using numerous healing methods to soothe his situation. Regardless, his expression remained paler than paper. After regaining a little bit of strength, he focused on the captured Zhen Biyu. However, after observing her for a few minutes, he frowned. She's no longer connected to the 5-element balance palace's qi luck. In a very short time, he understood the situation. Zhen Biyu's behavior during this battle alerted the leaders of the palace. So, they did not hesitate to remove her status as the sex heir and disconnect her connection with the palace's qi luck. Will all my effort be in vain? Thought Feng Heng with a deep frown. He knew he could not stay long on this battlefield and accepted this fact. However, he also wanted to benefit, even if only a little. But now, it appeared his plan was a failure. Not necessarily, thought Feng Heng as he thought of something. He waved his hand to summon a golden lamp. The lamp released the power of an emperor artifact before sealing the 5 feathers and the seal. Without hesitation, he placed them away. Most people will not easily take another faction's emperor artifact since they are connected to their qi luck. These luck-connected artifacts are almost unusable. Furthermore, emperor lineages did not care if they lost foreign artifacts but would not hesitate to start an emperor Dao war for their luck-connected artifacts. However, Feng Heng did not care. His Buddhist sect is well hidden and inaccessible to the 5-element palace. Secondly, he can use these artifacts to replace Jin Bayu's function, accessing the Qi luck of Taoism controlled by the palace. Lastly, he will soon become an eternal emperor using the Heart of Hope. As such, he has no fear of the palace and even hopes they will start an Emperor Dao war. War is the fastest way for any factions to rise and establish themselves. And if necessary, he would use it to declare the return of Buddhism to the world. With him at the helm, Buddhism can easily step on the Tai Profound Gate and the five-element balance palace to establish its supremacy. He knew this plan was certain except for two uncertainties. The first was the reaction of the Taoist faction in the upper dimension and the intervention of whoever proved the Tao in this generation through this battle. Furthermore, the real identity of Jin Biyu might be valuable. She knows so many secrets, and I could learn many things from her. His gaze focused on her, preparing to seal her away. However, Feng Heng hadn't reacted when a portal suddenly appeared and swallowed Jin Bayu's body. Gone. Did any of them take action? He denied this possibility as he did not sense any of their powers. Additionally, his eyes detected an anomaly somewhere deep in Jin Bayu's sea of consciousness. Sadly, he thought she was incapable of revolting, so he lowered his guard and did not pay too close attention. Now that I think about it, there was a problem when she tried to remove all her fear and flaw. Now that the battle ended, he noticed many previous issues. Alas, he did not have time to ponder this issue. Feng Heng felt one of these two gazes becoming rather impatient. So, he did not hesitate to forfeit this battle, making him finally breathe properly. Somewhere else, Jin Bayu's old body appeared in a place full of forests. I'm finally in control, she muttered under her breath. She did not immediately move as she closed her eyes, accessing her sea of consciousness. There was a second primordial spirit, but it was in a poor state, to say the least. Furthermore, there were multiple seals on it to prevent movement or access to power. It will take some time to heal my injuries and process the main Buddhist memories. Jin Bayu's main objective is to return her pure heart personality to its previous state. Let's heal the injuries first. However, she did not move as she sensed two powerful gazes. One of them was a warning, while the other contained hidden killing intent. I forfeit, hurriedly said Jin Biyu, understanding what steps she needed to take to ensure her survival. So, as soon as she uttered these words, the gazes dissipated, and she sighed in relief. She did not immediately leave since she wanted to heal first. Furthermore, she also wanted to watch the clash between these two monsters. Eastern Quadrant, it seems things are heading in a positive direction, said Wang Wei with a smile. It seems you don't need my help anymore, remarked Wu Ming. That's not necessarily true. Wu Ming knew the latter was being polite. His role in this battle has become a hindrance. At this stage of this battle, Wang Wei will not trust him even as an ally. So, the best course of action is to leave to prevent any misunderstandings. Is our agreement still valid? Asked Wu Ming. Of course, replied Wang Wei. After the battle, we can negotiate the details. That's all I wanted to hear. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Wu Ming did not hesitate before leaving the battle, leaving Wang Wei alone with his thoughts. This kid knows how to read the room, thought Wang Wei before observing the entire battlefield. At this stage of the battle, all the top heaven chosens were eliminated for one reason or another, leaving only a few people who survived by luck or hid on purpose. Wang Wei had the urge to act and clean up these remaining individuals before going straight to D Tian. However, he did not act on his impulse. He had a plan for this battle. So, although it might look like his generals might be useless, they can give him a slight advantage over D Tian as long as everything proceeds smoothly. Furthermore, he still needs them to clear the traitors for them. The traitors, muttered Wang Wei, looking at the northern quadrant. Let's be patient. He closed his eyes to adjust his state. However, he opened them back less than 5 seconds later, gazing intently at the north. Without hesitation, he teleported to the northern quadrant to the location of the traitors. In front of him was a strange black mist that hid his visions and other senses. Wang Wei turned his head to look at someone 1,000 kilometers from him. Did you sense it? Why do you think I'm here? Replied Di Tian in his usual cold voice. What exactly do they have that can elicit a danger sense from us? Asked Wang Wei while looking at the mist. However, Di Tian did not say anything, his eyes focused on the mist. How about we work together to get rid of them, suggested Di Tian. Let's clean up the battlefield before our battle, alpha d alpha eta theta nu epsilon theta m, why not? Whatever trump cards they have, they must test it on one of us first. And I'm betting they will choose you first. That's not necessarily true. In their eyes, you are more of a threat than me. So, they will definitely attack you first. He investigated these people. And using the information he gathered from the deception trial, he deduced many things. According to his analysis, these people cared more about Wang Wei than him, hence why he made this decision. You might be right, said Wang Wei. But don't forget you assassinated their leader and failed. If he holds any grudge, you might be the first to be attacked. Di Tian quieted down since that was the truth. He did not fear whatever methods these people had. However, the fact his danger sense activated indicated that they might have a way to injure him. And if he is not in his best state for his battle with Wang Wei, his chances of winning will drastically decrease. Be more decisive, said Wang Wei. These people should have detected our presence. With every second wasted, more variables will appear. As such, he wanted to know Di Tian's answer to decide how to deal with these people. Very well, replied Di Tian, who concluded working together was the best choice for the current situation. But what about the issue of trust? We will make a grand Dao oath. I will choose the wording. Fine, replied Wang Wei, who did not want to bargain or argue with him. Time was of the essence. For a moment, Di Tian became suspicious of why he agreed so swiftly. He knew never to be careless when dealing with a Dao overlord. However, he also knew it was not time to be indecisive. So, he chose the word of his oath carefully and asked Wang Wei to go first. After taking a moment to ensure no issue, Wang Wei made the oath, followed by Di Tian. Then, they focused on the black mist. Any idea? Asked Di Tian. Let's just use the most direct method, brute force. Fine. And, too many people from my Discord have been asking for a team-up between these two. So, here you go. Shock. Damn it, how could they appear here? Said Parasite with an ugly expression. No one answered him as they were also perplexed. Did the weapon awaken their sense of danger sense? Asked Yuzhou. The weapon is an Emperor artifact, naturally containing the power to cancel cause and effect. Unless their strength were closed, they would never sense any danger, explained Designer. They all ruled out this possibility since it was impossible. Alpha d alpha eta theta nu epsilon theta m, as I said, due to the vast difference in power from the artifact, his intuition would be useless. Plus, if it was his intuition, why did Di Tian also show up? Could it be the result of their Emperor artifact? Asked Yuzhou. No one answered him as they looked at Designer for an answer. They are connected to their artifact as the leader of their respective factions. However, unless their artifact was a special one related to divination, calculation, or clairvoyance, it should not work. Everyone frowned as this answer was a partial one. They had no way to check whether this was the truth or not. It's not time to ponder these things, said Parasite. The main issue we have to figure out is how to deal with their attacks. This might be a good opportunity, uttered Yuzhou. We don't have to worry about searching for them, their actions have brought them to our doorsteps. Designer, what do you think? Asked Parasite. I would love to gather more energy for the weapon to ensure we can use a few more attacks. However, the current state is more than enough for our needs. So, what is our strategy? Asked Tong Ruobing. Why do we need a strategy? Just kill them with the spear, sneered Yuzhou, who remembered the humiliation he suffered during the cleanup. He could not wait to witness Wang Wei's death with his own eyes. The spear needs a certain charging time, explained Designer. We must channel some of its power into the array to prevent any variables. And maybe, we can try to trap them with it before striking. Designer suddenly looked at Parasite with sharp eyes. Situation like this will prove Tong Rubing's value. Parasite frowned, not hiding his displeasure. How many times do I have to apologize? This is not the time for infighting, chimed Yu Zhou, reminding them of the urgent situation. Designer coldly snorted before looking at someone next to him. Yang Guowei, you're in charge of this node. He then pointed in another direction. Binger, you're in control of this formation's node. Be careful since you will be under the greatest pressure. No problem. Tong Ruobing took her position as designer and assigned each person a node to control the formation. Then, the group waited. Outside the black mist, Wang Wei observed the mist, analyzing it. He realized its only purpose was to hide all senses or prying eyes. It's not a formation, he thought as his eyes pierced the veil of truth behind this mist. It seems to be a strange life form. He had never heard of such a creature, so he concluded this fog was something from other world communities or something from the upper dimension. Although this method is weird and unknown, its overall power is still weak. Wang Wei then created a black hole that swallowed the black mist before him. Meanwhile, Di Tian waited for him to act as he observed. He squinted his eyes after noticing the latter only displayed peak 5 root strength. So, he followed him. He created an illusory world that also absorbed the black mist. With their effort, the fog dispersed in less than 5 minutes. The fog disappeared, revealing what was behind. Wang Wei saw a formation with a spear at the center. Then, he saw the people controlling the array, focusing on one person. Tong Ruobing, he asked, squinting his eyes. I guess I should not be surprised. Of all the heaven chosens, Wang Wei always labeled her the most threatened since she was like him, willing to do anything for success. And with her high charisma, it's easy to get people's good grace and use them as pawns. Tong Ruobing did not say anything as she knew her life was at a precipitous moment. If she makes the wrong choice, she will die miserably. Although she has prepared for the worst-case scenario, no one would like to die if they had the chance. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu Wang Wei did not pay too much attention to Tong Ruobing as he focused on the spear at the array's center. It was the source of his danger sense. An emperor artifact? How could these people create such a thing? Better yet, why did Heavenly Tao allow these people to use this weapon? He immediately answered his question. These spies originated from a higher cultivation civilization, so certain things impossible for people in the lower dimension are not a big deal in the eternal ascension world. As for Heavenly Tao's non-responsive behavior to their actions that obviously break the rules? The answer is also obvious. Heavenly Tao raised the power ceiling of this battle because of Wang Wei and Di Tian's 10 Supremacy Foundation. In some ways, Heavenly Tao already decided the final winner would be between our 3 factions, analyzed Wang Wei. Although it seems unfair that the winner was already decided before the battle, Heavenly Tao's actions are the most correct. The moment Di Tian and Wang Wei succeeded in their 10 Supremacy Foundation, the final winner was between them. As for the spies, their existence brought hope to other heaven chosens. Heavenly Tao introduces new variables to this battle by allowing them to use this weapon. If the 3 parties manage to injure or defeat each other, the other contestants might have a slight chance of victory. Everything is about balance. Wang Wei summarized Heavenly Tao's core existence with these 4 words. What's the plan? Asked Di Tian through their divine sense communication. He was surprised these spies could create an emperor artifact, threatening his victory in this battle. Regardless, he knew his true opponent was Wang Wei. So, he chose to follow his lead to observe from the back. This tactic would reduce the risk of betrayal and allow him to respond appropriately in case something occurred. It's time to reveal our true strength, replied Wang Wei. He knew Tao ancestors' strength was not enough to deal with the array, so they must go all out. We will deal with them as swiftly as possible. What about the ownership of the spear? We can decide after we deal with them, replied Wang Wei. Fine. Boom. They released a terrifying aura, pressuring all 5 people behind the formation. Immediately, they felt their bodies, souls, and minds unable to move or think. They even felt the aura suppressing their Tao. Impossible, roared Yuzhou. His unwillingness superseded the pressure the aura left on him. Of course, the spear's sentience played its role and provided some protection. No, 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 uttered Designer. That's impossible. 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 He lost all the vocabulary he cultivated after living for millions of years and repeated the word impossible like a broken record. It was one thing to create a weapon on par with a great emperor, but acquiring such power while still immortal was entirely different. Something like that has never happened in the history of the Eternal Ascension world. But now, he saw two people who succeeded. His mind could not accept such a thing. No, he refused to accept such a truth. And he was not the only one with this fierce reaction. Tong Ruobing was immobile as she had a blank look. The outside world blurred out as a single thought overwhelmed her mind. How could they be so powerful? Yang Guowei had a similar reaction as her, except less obvious as he closed his eyes to enter meditation to calm down. Parasite felt his Tao heart collapsing after sensing the aura of these people. Luckily, he was chosen for this mission for a reason, so he held on by biting his tongue, using the pain to distract his mind. They are probably using some kind of secret technique with terrifying side effects, said Parasite to rein the group's mind. Why, you're probably right, stuttered Yuzhou. However, he knew these words were probably false because such a secret technique does not exist in the upper dimension. Even a paragon could not create such a technique. Tong Ruobing did not believe in these words. She has been in contact with the Origin Talisman, so she could sense a similar aura on Di Tian and Wang Wei. What should I do? Her mind was too chaotic to think properly or strategize. So, she activated a purifying mind talisman and used it on her sea of consciousness. However, even with this talisman, her mind could not properly calm down. What should we do now? Asked Yuzhou. Designer, do you have any ideas? Asked Parasite, his complexion extremely pale. The world was in turmoil. The arrays used to watch the battle allow the viewers to sense things like aura and even law fluctuation. Heavenly Tao's purpose is to enable people to experience the battle and learn from it. This method is a great way to benefit the entire cultivation civilization. After all, the Heaven Will battle is a confrontation of the pinnacle geniuses of a generation. And what better way to learn than to watch these geniuses display all their abilities in a life and death battle? As such, after sensing Di Tian and Wang Wei's aura, the world was turbulent. Countless insurgents who were sleeping or cultivating woke up after learning this news. However, the world decided to wait before making a judgment, as this truth was unacceptable to them. They hoped, maybe, it was just the aura. Northern Quadrant, Designer was unresponsive to Parasite's words, his mind was lost in an endless void. Parasite yelled a few times with no response, so he shook him in an attempt to wake him up. Alas, his attempt was futile. La Sik Nan Ma, suddenly chanted Parasite, and a golden light emanated from his mouth before enveloping Designer. Finally, the artifact refiner's eyes regained their light. Buddhism's mind-purifying mantra, muttered Designer, who regained his spirit. Thank you. Now is not the time to be distracted. Do you have a plan? Designer took a deep breath to calm down, his mind rushing faster than ever. We will use the formation to trap them before using the most powerful blow possible, he said. Our only hope is to kill them in one fell swoop. Is that even possible? We might have a chance. But, what is it? I need your parasite core. Parasite paused briefly. His name was not just a title but also a part of his identity. He is a unique insect race in the Eternal Ascension world that can parasite on people's bodies and souls. He can control anyone with his parasites as long as their strength is not too far from him. His parasite bodies are like his clones. As long as one is alive, Parasite can't die. The parasite core is the essence of Parasite's ability and survival, the reason he can control trillions of people. Words cannot measure its value to his race. Fine, agreed Parasite without hesitation. He knew times were running out, and succeeding in this mission was more important. So, he vomited a small black ball that resembled a bee's net. Designer took the core and used the array to absorb it. Immediately, the core began to emanate a massive amount of energy. And not long after the process started, wailing voices echoed from this core. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who did not immediately attack after releasing his aura, watched everything calmly. How cruel, he thought calmly. He could see the thing Designer used contained the blood, energy, and soul of trillions upon trillions of people. The number of people dying from this core rivaled the population of the entire myriad emperor world, if not more. His eyes changed, and he saw the fate and origin of these people. Parasite has his own territory in the upper dimension, and the size is even greater than the myriad emperor world. And he planted a parasite on every resident of that territory, controlling them through the core. But now, these people were being used as sacrifices for this formation. Let's act, said Wang Wei, and he flicked his finger, using a simple flame-based attack. However, it did not matter how rudimentary or ordinary the attack was, its destructive capabilities reached a terrifying number once powered by his third-class strength. Di Tian followed suit by using a wind-based attack, using the power of the wind to synchronize and augment Wang Wei's flame spell. Crack. The sound of breaking echoed in this side of the cosmos as cracks appeared on the formation. Luckily for them, the cracks were small and healed in less than a second. Forget trapping them, said Designer with an ugly expression. Let's use the power of the core to augment the spear's capability. Will that work? Their displayed strength seems only 6% Grand Dao source. With the parasite core, the spear could reach 7, and maybe, 8%. What if they run away? Asked Parasite. Yu Zhou can use the soul tracking mark to ensure they can't evade. The soul race has few numbers, so they are very protective of their people. The soul tracking mark will appear on anyone who dares kill one of their members, allowing them to track them even to the end of the universe. But, argued Yu Zhou, we don't have time to waste. With each passing second, more cracks appeared on the array. And as soon as the parasite core can no longer provide energy, the formation won't last long. Alright, nodded Yu Zhou. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu everyone to their position, yelled Designer as he controlled the array. He channeled most of the energy from the core to the spear at the center, ready to strike the most powerful blow to these two. Boom! Parasite and the others stared in shock at what just occurred. Their mind was blank as they could not fathom such a thing would happen. You, he uttered, unable to describe his current emotions. Yang Guowei, you dare, he roared. Why wouldn't I dare, replied the heir to the Yang clan, not caring in the slightest that he had just annihilated Designer from the face of the universe with an attack. You dare betray us, screamed Yu Zhou. You won't get away with this. You and your father. Yang Guowei sneered in response, my father has always been the kind of person who does everything for power and survival. And I detest this about him. He looked at the two with mockery, he's the one who joined you, not me. Bang! Two powerful attacks landed for him. However, a rainbow shield surrounded Yang Guowei, protecting him. He ignored these two and turned his head. This should be enough to fulfill our agreement. Yes, replied Wang Wei. Very well, nodded Yang Guowei with a brilliant smile. Let me give you another meeting gift. He had control of one of the formation nodes, so he destroyed it, creating instability in the formation. Finally, Yang Guowei turned into a rainbow as he penetrated the void and left. Parasite and Yu Zhou tried to stop him but were soon occupied by the significant crack Wang Wei and Di Tian suddenly created in the formation. Damn it, cursed Parasite, who became the array's central controller after Designer's sudden death. In this situation, he knew he needed to act swiftly to execute the plan. Otherwise, their mission will fail, and their fate will be worse than death. Gadu. Parasite felt a tremor before new runes suddenly appeared in the formation. His face turned uglier than a pig during mating season with no companion. He turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing with red eyes full of killing intent. The petite talisman maker ignored him as she used her knowledge to create a few more flaws in this array, drastically weakening it. Tong Ruobing did not know when Yang Guowei became Wang Wei's pawn, nor did she care at the moment. The only thing on her mind was that she needed to act as fast as humanly possible to ensure she could survive this situation or become public enemy number one. So, as soon as she finished, she activated one of her physical immortal talismans, Void-Breaking Talisman. A light enveloped her, and she disappeared. However, she was not alone as Tong Ruobing forcibly took Yu Zhou with her. Parasite felt anger and madness overwhelm his mind. He looked at Wang Wei and Di Tian, his eyes full of hatred, anger, and unwillingness. Since when did Yang Guowei betray us? The cleanup, replied Wang Wei. He contacted me to make a deal. Why? Didn't he explain? He's not his father. Is that so? Muttered Parasite, looking at the weakened core. He ignored the terrifying flame rapidly approaching him for a moment, focusing only on the two items before him. Then, a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Die, he roared. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the remaining core and his own life to activate all the power from the spear. Boom! A terrifying light enveloped heaven and earth. Then, in less than a nanosecond, 99% of all matter, energy, and law in the heaven-will battlefield was annihilated. Was it a success? Asked Parasite with twinkles in his eyes. He did not care for his battle that had begun to disintegrate. However, his eyes soon became somber and listless. He knew if he had succeeded, he would have been the last one standing. Then, Heavenly Tao would not allow him to die and heal him before lowering the heaven will. So, the mission is a failure, thought Parasite. Maybe, it's better that way. Not long after disappearing, a perfectly intact Wang Wei appeared in the exact location. However, he was alone, but he seemed to expect this. At the last minute, he did not directly confront the attack. He knew better when dealing with people pushed into a corner. So, he chose to evade, and Di Tian followed in his footsteps. And now the problem was dealt with, it was time to finish things between them. Worldwide reaction. Emperor Enlightening Academy, all the teachers, the headmaster, the immortals, and the insurgents watched this battle openly and secretly. And when the jet of flame and wind came out of Wang Wei and Di Tian, countless uncontrollable auras leaked out by accident. Words like impossible, unbelievable, and it's not true echoed throughout the entire academy. Although they were prepared, these teachers could not believe what they saw. We are living through a moment that will forever be ingrained in the annals of history, muttered Headmaster Song Li, who used his willpower to suppress the shock he was currently feeling. Such an achievement is probably the first throughout the inception of the Myriad Emperor world, commented another teacher. The Myriad Emperor world? I reckon such a thing has never happened in the lower dimension. Even in the upper dimension, I doubt anyone has the same accomplishment as those two. The room became quiet as these words were probably true. This is not what we should worry about. The appearance of these two will change the current situation of the world. How should we deal with it? Asked a teacher with white hair and a long white beard. Don't we have Su Shi? Headmaster, how is Su Shi doing? According to teacher Qin Ju, she is still in her transition stage, replied Song Li. Emperors would usually take a few years for their transformation into higher life forms. Although this fact is not absolute, it usually is. True Heavenly Tao designs the process to ensure all emperors across the lower dimension will appear around the same time and prevent them from interfering with other worlds' battles. So, based on the current battle, Song Li predicted Su Shi's transformation would take some time since the martial hegemony world was too close to the Myriad Emperor world. Even if Su Shi returns, will it truly make a difference? Asked a young-looking female teacher. Why not? Those two already have emperor strength while still mortals. How powerful will they become after proving the Tao? The room once again quieted down as she was telling the truth. These teachers were knowledgeable and knew the foundation set in the mortal stage of cultivation would play a significant role after becoming emperor. You don't have to worry. The founder contacted us and told us to be on the good side of whoever proves the Tao in this generation, explained Song Li, and if that does not work, we need to hide the academy until this generation is over. That's a good idea. Tai Profound Gate, the celestial master of the Tai Profound Gate, watched the battle. His Taoism realm has reached a high level, allowing him to remain calm and indifferent to most things. Even Feng Heng's betrayal did not elicit too much reaction from him. However, after seeing the attack of these two, his face remained calm, but his heart could not stop racing. He tried many techniques he knew to return his mind to a peaceful state, but all his attempts were futile. He heard a cacophony of sounds resulting from different reactions. However, the celestial master focused only on his mind and thoughts. At least, until someone said something that made everyone silence. The founder was nowhere near this talented, right? The Tai Profound Gate had a hidden pride from one of their deepest secrets. Their founder, the absolute beginning emperor, was a heaven chosen from the upper dimension. Their pride allowed them to calmly face the Tao opening sect, whose founder was the Tao father of the myriad emperor world. After all, no matter how much Qiyuan accomplished, it cannot compare to the background of their founders. However, two people shattered their pride today, and one originated from the Tao opening sect. This is not the time to care about these things, said the celestial master, an obvious tactic to change the topic. The gate's hidden pride is not something useless. The pride provided the disciples with confidence and a positive aura, which was very effective in their cultivation, battles, and even benefited their luck. So, he did not want this pride to be completely shattered. The celestial master is correct, said another elder. Wang Wei is the era's son, and the revival of Buddhism will grant him plenty of luck, destiny, and merit. If Feng Heng contacts him, the situation will worsen. They might already be in contact. Remember that secret faction that helped him escape the gate? Do you think they were his people? Who else? Not necessarily. We have many enemies, so it's normal if they wished Feng Heng to escape only out of spite and desire to see us suffer, argued another elder. You may be right, but my gut tells me it's him. No one answered him as this kind of thing was pointless to argue. What should be our next course of action? No one had an answer for a few seconds. We will contact the upper dimension, said the celestial master. We already tried that, and it failed. What makes you think they will respond now? Now, we have information that is valuable to them. You mean those two? Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Omeverion's eyes lit up. Yes, the appearance of a mortal with emperor strength is worth reporting. Alright, let's do it now to prevent new variables. 5-Element Palace, the rise of two myths, muttered the palace master of the 5-Element Balance Palace. He had regained his position less than a few hours ago. But now, he had to deal with this situation. Palace Master, what should we do? We need to accept the rise of Buddhism is as unstoppable as the arrival of this new era, said the Palace Master, his eyes glued to the screen of the formation. He also figured out the relationship between the era's sun and Buddhism. Is there really no way? We are not the Tai Profound Gate, full of hatred and enmity with Buddhism, explained the Palace Master. If we can accept their rise, we can use this situation to our advantage. Do you want to facilitate a war between Buddhism and the Tai Profound Gate? Yes. Normally, the newly developed Buddhism has no chance of winning. However, if the era's sun intervened, it's another story entirely. If this plan succeeds, we can take this opportunity to return to the central continent. The main problem with this plan is if the era's sun is not the final winner, added another elder. True, nodded the Palace Master. However, if Feng Heng is smart, he should get the D-clan patriarch on his side using merit as bait. So, we only need to secretly facilitate the war between the two. That's a good idea. What about Jun Biyu? No one said anything, waiting to hear the Palace Master's decision. We have spent too much time and resources on her to let things go. We must bring her back and deal with whoever possessed her. The pure heart talent cannot be lost like that, let alone one with the 5-element balance physique. The group had just finished their decision when the battle situation changed. Parasite used all the power of the spear, killing everything on the battlefield. Are they dead? Asked someone with hope in their voice. Although these people have just experienced the birth of 2 mythical characters, no one wanted any of these people to prove the Tao, especially Wang Wei since he's from the Tao opening sect. Their existence is enough to change the political pattern of the myriad emperor world with their overwhelming talent and strength, and no one wanted the Tao opening sect to become even more powerful as it displayed in this generation. Sadly, the hopeful voice soon turned into a deep sigh as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up on different screens. Is Zhen Biyu dead? Asked an elder. She's under heavenly Dao's protection, so nothing should happen to her. Go check her soul jade, said the celestial master. No need, suddenly said a melodious voice that rang throughout the room, making everyone present more respectful as they knew an ancestor had appeared. She's appeared, and they'll fetch her Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. A few minutes later, he received a talisman and left to meet one of the ancestors called Element 1. What's her situation? Someone did possess her, but only using memory infusion, said Element 1, a young woman dressed in all red clothes. So, can we save her? The memory injection method is quite ingenious, but it's not a problem to solve them. The palace master frowned as he always felt things were too simple. Are you sure she has no problem? I and many others checked, so you don't need to worry. That's good. Ancestor, what do you think of my plan? It's good that you can accept the rise of Buddhism, said Element 1. However, you must understand you're trying to scheme against an eternal emperor and not a common one. One wrong move, and you'll pay the consequences. So, should we just give up? The palace master was unwilling. Don't forget the era's son is a Tao overlord. The palace master's face changed as he remembered the sex record on Tao overlords. I understand. You don't need to do anything. Feng Heng is an ambitious person. He might start a war with the Tai Profound Gate even without your interference. Furthermore, the era's son seems to have a grand plan based on how he acted during the Human and Demon Preservation Array meeting. If he is the final winner, we must wait for him to move before making any decision. Worldwide reaction, 2. What about our artifacts? Asked the palace master. Element 1 was momentarily quiet. I tracked the imprint from them. And? They are deep into the Western Pure Land. The palace master groaned. If that's the case, we might never be able to take them back. Feng Heng's goal is easy to guess, uttered Element 1. He wants to use the item to access Taoism's luck. As long as we prevent this from happening, the artifacts will soon become useless in his hand. By then, we can pay the necessary price to get them back. And if that doesn't work? We will offer a deal with the final winner to recover them. And if that does not work, we will start an Emperor Tao war with the new Buddhist sect. No emperor lineage can allow their Qi luck artifact to flow out, especially when they lost 2 of them. As such, the 5-element balance palace will do whatever is necessary to deal with Feng Heng and his Buddhist sect. Di Clan, Di Tsong watched the screen before him, clenching his hands so hard that the power of law fluctuated in the surroundings. He had complete and utter faith in his son, believing nothing and no one between heaven and earth could prevent him from proving the Tao in this generation. His confidence reached an all-time high after learning about how Di Tian had third-class strength. So, when his son told him Wang Wei was still a competitor to be wary of, he did not take it seriously. He thought his son was just being careful, which made him appreciate the latter more, as this showed he did not let his newfound strength get to his head. But now, as he watched Wang Wei display the most basic fire spell and feel its might on par with his son's wind spell, his heart was in turmoil. All his confidence shattered as he was overwhelmed by too many complicated thoughts. Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry, said one of the clan elders who knew about Di Tian's strength. The Patriarch still has a higher chance of winning. Remember what happened when the patriarch reached such a state. There were heavenly auspicious signs. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had divine punishment. The elder rushed his brain, putting many things together to reassure the old patriarch and the other people of the clan. Yes, the great elder is right. Old patriarch, there is no need to worry, reassured another elder. You don't understand, said Di Tsong, his face calm, but his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Wang Wei is the son of Era, meaning he has fate, destiny, and luck on his side. With the same starting line and strength, his advantage will manifest. The elders knew he was correct. And before revealing their strength, most people who knew of Di Tian's real strength did not believe in him to be the final winner because of his lack of destiny. If the patriarch had an overwhelming advantage in power, then he could easily ignore Wang Wei's destiny as the son of Era. Unfortunately, the playing field has been leveled, and the slightest difference might give one person an advantage over the other. Old patriarch, what can we do? Di Tian was aware of this, so he should be prepared. The only thing we can do is wait. Heaven will battlefield, fire layer. Feng Heng did not leave after forfeiting. He wanted to watch the battle between them. So, he watched how Di Tian and Wang Wei dealt with the fog, released their aura, and used the Emperor Tier attack. Amitba, chanted Feng Heng repeatedly in his mind, trying to calm down. After a few seconds, he barely managed to regain his bearing. It is the greatest misfortune of any heaven chosen to live in the same generation as those two. He sighed deeply before choosing to leave. He felt his Dao heart might be affected if he stayed any longer in this place. Furthermore, his intuition warned him of great danger. So, he asked Heavenly Dao to send him out. And to his delay, he appeared before the entrance of the Western Pure Land. Without hesitation, he headed into the inner core. He needed to meditate and calm down before using the Heart of Hope. His current state was not the best to prove the Dao. Ancient Clan, a meeting occurred amongst a few of the insurgent of the Ancient Clan, to be precise, the clans who knew about the actual plan of the Ancient Clan. Why is it always the Wang clan? Roared one of the members, his voice containing unwillingness. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu I told you when suppressing the luck of their clan, it might be transferred to the other branch. The Wang Ancient Clan had 3 great emperors since the Null Era, but 2 mysteriously disappeared. Many members believed they died due to the bloodline imprint, but only the members of this meeting knew it was them who acted and killed these 2. And the reason was to suppress the luck of the Wang clan. All their families were ancestors of one thing or another. However, the Wang clan was the ancestor of acquired lives cultivation system in the myriad emperor world. Such luck and destiny were enough for their family to become too powerful, even after the split of bloodlines. So, this group suppressed them. It doesn't make sense to be transferred since Qiyuan separated them, argued the previous voice. There is no point in arguing, said a female voice. We are here to discuss our next course of action. I say we sealed ourselves. We avoid this generation and wait for him to leave. That's not a bad idea. No matter how powerful the upcoming emperor is, he cannot stay in the lower dimension for too long. We can hide and wait until it's the right time. I disagreed, said the Hua clan ancestor. Oh, any reason? Sealing ourselves will make ourselves more suspicious, she argued. We know the Wang clan emperor will change the environment. And since the world thinks that's our objective, we should be more active. Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M. No, she has a point. We need to appear as normal as possible. Otherwise, with the intelligence and cunningness of the Wang clan emperor, he will figure out our plan. I agree, we need to be secretly low-key while publicly acting as if we wanted the revival of the innate demon gods. How about we try to exile him to the upper dimension? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and sneered after seeing it was the elder who had hatred for the Wang clan. Elder Duan, don't bring your bias into this discussion. We need to make decisions that benefit the entire ancient clan. And my idea is one, argued Elder Duan. If we exile the Wang clan emperor to the upper dimension, we don't have to worry about anything nor need to seal ourselves. The last time these people exiled the heaven-devouring emperor, they needed heavenly Dao's help and still lost countless immortals and insurgents. We also lost a few people. After thinking about the past, many people secretly gritted their teeth. The other factions forced their ancient clan to send people to participate. The Wang clan emperor has emperor strength while immortal. Can you fathom how powerful he will be after proving Dao? What makes you think we can exile such an entity? Not to mention, Heavenly Dao chose to help because the heaven-devouring empire was actively hurting the world. Do you think a chosen heiress son would do such a thing? Many of the elders admonished Elder Duan for suggesting something so asinine, making the latter's face become red in embarrassment and anger. Alright, let's change the topic. If anyone agrees with Elder Hua's suggestion, cast your vote. Most people voted in favor of this decision, and only a few voted to completely seal themselves and hide. Meanwhile, Elder Duan abstained from his vote. What about Huang? How do we deal with her? Let's not say anything until she becomes a 6-star Primarch, suggested Elder Hua. We don't want this news to affect her mind or Dao heart. After reaching such a height and transitioning her life form, she might better accept this information. Sigh. It's really a curse to live in the same generation as those two. True. Such talent did not happen even at the height of the war. During the Acquired Innate War, each side fought for destiny. And when acquired life was approaching victory, the destiny of acquired life was at an all-time high, giving birth to countless talents. But, even then, no such talent as heaven-defying as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up. The Wang clan will begin their third era in this world, and this time, it might be even more glorious than the previous two combined, said Elder Duan with a sneer as he gazed at the other clans. His words made everyone quiet and even awakened some thoughts deep in some people's minds. Worldwide reaction, finale. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei and Di Tian's power reveal had far more consequences than the two could imagine, affecting every faction, race, and religion of the entire myriad emperor world. The Sea race had a meeting with the top lineage. During this generation, the Dao opening sect began to intervene in the resources in the sea. And if their sect master proves the Dao in this generation, the situation will definitely worsen. So, they had a meeting to see if they had countermeasures. In the end, they used their final trump card, a sealed immortal sovereign. However, despite this decision, they were worried because of the potential displayed by Wang Wei in this battle. The Yin Moon Palace was quiet as they regretted how their heaven-chosen, Su Yan, ended. If she remained in this generation, there would be a chance to also shine on the battlefield. Additionally, they also worried about Su Ya's future. They don't know she will react in the future after learning of this news. With her talent and destiny from this glorious generation, breaking the boundary between mortal and immortal should not be a problem. They would lose tremendously if such news affected her Dao heart. The loose immortal alliance was more worried about the changes to the environment Wang Wei talked about with Wufeng Huang. Such drastic changes to the environment will lead to a redistribution of resources. And if they do not do something, the emperor lineages, emperor clans, and emperor races will occupy all the resources, leaving only grumps for the loose cultivators. So, they began planning how to get a piece of the cake in the future distribution. The Origin Weapon Mountain discussed the possibility of getting Chen Chen back. After all, he is a top heaven chosen that performed brilliantly in this generation. Although his appearance and personality change after using a forbidden technique, the mountain still has many ways to help him. Furthermore, as long as Chen Chen proves the Dao, he can fix his problem. Sadly, with the talent Wang Wei displayed and the strength of the Dao opening sect, they knew this was very unlikely to get him back. Regardless, they were willing to try. The Great Talisman City was discussing Tong Rubing's current predicament. They feared either of the final winners would blame her for allying with these traitors. Although Tong Ruobing now has plausible deniability with her betrayal and capture of Yu Zhou, this would change nothing if these two future Eternal Supremes chose to blame her. As such, they prepared to use Yu Zhou as a bargaining chip. Then, They also tried to contact the Star Beast world to learn whether Mu Lei proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. With his support, things might proceed smoother. The Origin Rune Palace had mixed reaction. Wu Ming's faction or his family cheered as their patriarch allied and had an agreement with someone with such potential. Meanwhile, the other factions feared Wu Ming's rise in this generation. They did not want to lose their power and resources, but it appeared they might not have a chance. Lu Cheng, this generation's sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect, intensified his fear toward Wang Wei after seeing the latter's strength. If not for his wife's comfort, he might have developed heart demon. Simultaneously, he also began to relent on his headstrong opinion of not involving Wang Wei with the proving Dao pill. Meanwhile, his master, Yi Lao, was rejoicing in his decision to secretly ally with the Dao opening sect. He previously had reservations about dealing with such a powerful sect, so he kept their alliance a secret. But now, he began to discuss with the elders to intensify the alliance and make it public. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion lived in fear as they offended Wang Wei by giving his information to Di Tian, making him suffer. Although they removed their animosity during the Supreme Outlaw trial, their action only allowed them to have a neutral relationship with Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect. As such, they did not know how the latter would react, whether he would still hold a grudge. The pavilion is only an immortal lineage and cannot afford the tossing of these big wits. The Soul race immediately declared to the world that Yu Zhou was a traitor to their race and had been kicked out. They had no relationship with him and severed ties with him long ago. Then, they closed their race and chose not to appear for a few generations. Although they knew this approach would be useless if Wang Wei or Di Tian wished to take revenge, it was necessary to make their stand public and increase the chances of their race surviving. The Worshipping Dao Academy had a brief alliance with the Dao opening sect to deal with the Emperor Enlightening Academy after Bai Li changed the rules and cheated to deal with Wang Wei and Li Jun. The Dao opening sect even placed their Emperor scripture at outrageous prices in the academy to draw more loose cultivators and weaken the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This alliance was brief and temporary. But now, the upper echelons began discussing whether they needed a real and permanent alliance. The Eternal Dream sect has always been the Dao opening sect's most trusted allies. They supported each other for most things. However, in recent generations, this bond has not been as powerful as in the past. So, they decided to change this fact in this generation. Western Continent, a Devil lineage meeting, countless representatives of Devil Emperor lineage appeared before each other using a formation. Patriarch Mo, why did you call us, Rho Alpha D Alpha S N Nu I'm calling to discuss how to deal with our crisis. Crisis? What crisis? There is no need to play stupid, replied the patriarch of the Mo clan. If the D clan has an eternal emperor in this generation, he will definitely clean the Western Continent to increase their family's control of the Western Continent. But he might not win, argued someone else. And if he doesn't, the situation will be worse, replied Patriarch Mo. You saw how Wang Wei acted after he was influenced by Heart Demon. He saw us as the only things to vent his anger or gather merit. Furthermore, you should all know that our ancestor had the destiny to create a new era by culling the development of devil cultivators in the West. However, something went wrong, but this also meant his mission was not accomplished. Do you think this era's son will miss this opportunity to gather merit, luck, and destiny? The meeting became quiet as no one spoke. They knew Patriarch Mo was correct. In the past few eras, the devil cultivators have done too much. They allowed foreigners to intervene in the development of the Myriad Emperor world, which essentially meant they were traitors. Many factions were secretly influenced, controlled, or sponsored by the ancient clan, doing many shady things for them. They have done too much, and it's about time to pay for their actions. In other words, they were about to suffer a terrible karma backlash from heaven and earth. If they don't do something, their reign over the Western Continent might come to an end. No, even worse, the devil cultivators might reach the weakest period during the entire history of the Myriad Emperor world. What do you expect us to do? Asked one of the leaders. If your ancestor had succeeded in reviving, our situation might improve. But now, we don't have much of a choice. I have two solutions to our problem, said Patriarch Mo. The first is one to pull our resources together to cultivate an immortal sovereign in the shortest time possible. That's a good idea and all, but who will be that person? They were devil cultivators, pursuing power and strength at all costs. So, how could they use their resources to cultivate an immortal sovereign for a foreign competitor? We will have a competition to decide who is chosen. Plus, the chosen individual will sign the most restrictive contract and oath that they will no longer belong to one faction but serve as a protector for the entire devil lineage. No one said anything. This method was the most ideal, but most people wanted to use this opportunity to increase the strength of their factions. I know how you feel, but we are facing our eradication, continued Patriarch Mo, so, it's best to control your desires and consider your safety first. We can continue talking about this method. What is your other idea? We need to buy time while we cultivate the immortal sovereign Alpha D Alpha S Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M. That might work. Even the D clan will be powerless if we all work together. Although this method is good, it's too expensive. Although this method is a good idea, but the D clan will always be a major flaw in such a large-scale formation. For an eternal emperor, this flaw is more than enough. So, what are you suggesting? Since we are back into a corner, we act dangerously, Patriarch Mo sneered. You want to introduce foreign factions and emperors into this world? Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying, I. Li Jun looked at the beautiful woman before him, clad in black armor. If he could use a word to describe her, it would be heroic. She did not release any aura, but she had a commanding presence. Any man, woman, or race with a weaker mind cannot stay too long in her presence, let alone look her in the eyes. She was the embodiment of follow me and prosper, oppose me and perish. Such a beautiful woman full of charm and charisma. What a shame. Only Li Jun knew whether he was referring to the fact they were on opposite sides and had to kill each other or that he no longer had the chance to court her. Or maybe, both. I have never slaughtered a tyrant before, said Li Jun calmly, with his proving Dao artifact transformed into a spear resting on his shoulder and his golden armor. But I have suppressed countless generals, replied Di Jiaying, her eyes not containing a single ripple. Is that so? Replied Li Jun nonchalantly. I've been wondering something ever since I saw you. Someone with your Dao and displayed personality, there is no way you would be willing to serve under Di Tian. So, why did you do it? How is that any of your business? Did he force you? I bet he forced you. You talk too much, said Di Jiaying, before turning into a blur and appearing before Li Jun. Boom. Her fist compressed the surrounding spacetime into a singularity before exploding. However, Di Jiaying was not happy as she gazed to her side, where the perfectly intact Li Jun calmly looked at her with a smile. How about you join our side, continued Li Jun, I'm sure a woman such as yourself bears a grudge. Why don't you betray him as payback for what he did to you? Are you done? Asked Di Jiaying with an indifferent voice. Did I tell any lies? With his personality, I'm pretty sure he humiliated you in the process of subduing you. So, why not take this opportunity to take your revenge? Your mind games are useless, said Di Jiaying. Even if we had any problems, it's nothing compared to the clan's prosperity. Clan prosperity? In front of immortality, eternity, escaping the shackles of death, and standing above all myriad races and beings, what are clan values? Countered Li Jun with a sneer. Brothers and sisters, fathers and sons, mothers and sons, all have betrayed each other for the throne. But you're talking about clan prosperity. He did not hide the mockery in his face or eyes. Furthermore, do you think that ruthless monster will care about the D clan's prosperity? Ha ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've heard in my million years as a cultivator. Enough, roared Di Jiaying as she slapped her hands together, generating two suppressing forces similar to gravity that tried to squash Li Jun into meat sauce. However, Li Jun smoothly waved his spear in a semicircle motion, breaking Di Jiaying's power. Did I step into a nerve? he asked with the brilliant smile he used to charm many of the female disciples of the sect. However, to his opponent, this smile was outright disgusting. However, I am only telling the truth, continued Li Jun, look at you. You're a proud heaven-chosen who had to seal herself for one reason or another. You probably planned to wake up at the appropriate time, prove the Tao and become a being that reigns supreme above heaven and earth. However, your clan discarded your request and personal wishes and woke you up to become a general to someone else. They did not care about the fact they ruined millions of years of your effort, forcing you to have to resuffer again. Panda's novel comedy Jiang had fierce eyes as she released a suppressing potent enough to do catastrophic damage to a great thousand world. Crack. Li Jun's passive response to only create a red shield to protect him did not last long as cracks appeared all over the shield. Luckily, the shield barely managed to defend against this technique, but he also needed to reinforce it constantly. I heard the sealing process is excruciating, continued Li Jun with a tone that made people wish they would destroy his handsome face. I heard the endless loneliness is strong enough to destroy the hardest of wills, to shatter the most robust Tao heart, and render the most flawless state of mind useless. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Most people give up halfway before washing away their karma, giving up on their emperor path. However, you're one of the few who succeeded. And yet, everything was in vain, all your hard work and suffering for nothing. Di Jiaying's overbearing aura trembled slightly. She increased the suppression her technique was releasing. Immediately, Li Jun controlled all the molecules in his body to generate a terrifying vibrating force that countered her suppressing force. You're telling me, after enduring such grievance and maltreatment, you have no hatred, resentment, or complaints in your heart? You must be a saint or Buddha. No, even the most righteous saint or enlightened Buddha would not experience such a thing and remain intact. Is this all you amount to? Running your mouth, asked Di Jiaying with slightly red eyes. I just want us to have a heart-to-heart conversation before our match, said Li Jun, his smile never diminishing. Plus, I am a pacifist at my core. It would be best if I could prevent this battle. Di Jiaying took a deep breath before closing her eyes. Numerous uncontrollable thoughts flashed in her mind, almost overwhelming her spirit. However, a face with black and white hair and indifferent eyes appeared in her mind. She immediately shivered before using all her strength and willpower to suppress these thoughts and negative emotions. She opened her eyes, her pupil calm like an untouched lake. At least, it appeared as such. You want to have a heart-to-heart, then let's talk about you, said Di Jiaying, gazing directly into her opponent's eyes. You have spent your entire life in someone's shadow, overwhelmed by their brilliance and excellence. Soon, that person will become a higher entity with your help, and what will you get in return? Probably a grand Tao source seed as a consolation prize. He will then go on to become the brightest star in this world while you'll probably be stuck in this place, protecting his sect and family while your cultivation moves slower than a turtle. Your talent is no worse than any of this generation's most brilliant heaven-chosen. So, why do you want to be someone else's guard dog? Why not forge your own path and shine your own light? Even if you don't succeed in the end, it's better than being a lapdog. Li Jun looked at her, shocked she would say something like this. As such, he could not react for a few seconds before his laughter echoed between heaven and earth. What's so funny? Asked Di Jiaying, her voice not hiding her anger. Li Jun did not answer and only shook his head. His future was bright as he was destined to prove the Tao in this generation. So, her analysis was fundamentally wrong. Furthermore, how can such nonsense words break the bond he has with his big brother? The bond they created since childhood. Can I tell you a secret? Asked Li Jun. Then, he answered before she said anything. When we were 6, a bunch of kids wanted revenge against me and secretly placed a pill in my drink. Luckily for me, my big brother visited me that day and was the one who drank it. So, while we were playing around the forest, the pill took effect. And let's just say it cleansed his stomach. The pill acted fast, so he did not have time to run home and had to use the forest. I remember that day very much because of the terrible smell of that lingered like a resentful ghost. Ha ha ha. The situation then turned for the worse when a maid discovered our location, and I was forced to take the blame. That bastard, he tricked me into admitting it was my fault, talking about the reputation of the future sect master. Li Jun had a smile along with a look of reminiscence. Oh, how young and carefree we were. He then focused on Di Jiaying. Do you know why I'm telling you this? She did not understand. Our bond is not something you could possibly fathom. When I started my cultivation journey, I made an oath that my spear would eliminate all obstacles to his emperor's path. And I can tell you, even if he did not walk on this path, would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for him. And I know for a fact he would do the same. So, please do not insult our bond with your words. As soon as Li Jun finished these words, a bright, upright, and intense aura emanated from his body. His spirit had reached the ultimate state of readiness for this battle. Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying, 3. Heavenly Fire Thunder Meteor. Millions of meteors composed of fire and lightning elements fell on Li Jun with the intention of annihilating him. He calmly watched this extinction-level disaster descend upon him, and all Li Jun cared for was analyzing his opponent. He felt his body was inside a quagmire, making it impossible to move. Di Jiaying's technique was the ultimate version of a domain, and even though Li Jun had a passive domain surrounding him, he found himself restricted on all sides. Boom! He stabbed his spear and instantly vaporized all the meteors. However, his attempt seemed futile as Di Jiaying used an even fiercer spell, Frowny Face Elemental Calamity. In an instant, Li Jun found himself surrounded by the devastating power of the elementals. On his right were volcanoes hot enough to incinerate a body refiner of his caliber. On his left were massive wind tornadoes capable of shredding galaxies to shreds. Above his head was a massive tsunami, with each drop of water the size of a star. Below him was a pool of thunder so dense that it was liquefied. And those elements were only the first layer of attack. Awaiting Li Jun beyond them were millions of enormous yellow weapons, an imposing forest that was alive and desired to kill him, planets condensed by massive quantities of earth debris, and finally, two fields composed of light and darkness intertwining, forming a yin and yang grinding area. By enslaving heaven and earth, she has absolute control of the laws and can push their boundaries of power. She can even be considered a pseudo-heavenly Tao. What a potent technique. Element killing. Li Jun twirled his spear, releasing a terrifying power that could kill all matter, energy, and even concept, and he chose the elements. So, one by one, the power of fire, earth, water, metal, wood, light, darkness, wind, and thunder ceased to exist as they were killed. My tyrant ultimate domain has little to no effect on him. Does he have such deep control of his Tao? Thought Di Jiaying, who knew the weakness of her technique. Destruction energy wave. A dark purple energy wave emanated from her body, traveling at an incomprehensible speed toward Li Jun. The latter responded by stabbing the wave. No, something is wrong. Li Jun reacted swiftly as his senses detected an anomaly the exact moment the tip of his spears touched the wave. Wish. Li Jun disintegrated as if he had never existed between heaven and earth. His body, soul, and Tao were destroyed in an instant. What a terrifying battle instinct, thought Di Jiaying, who knew his opponent was not dead as he used a blood substitute at the last minute. To be precise, in less than a nanosecond, the tip of his spear touched the wave. He detected he could not block the attack and took countermeasures to survive. And as expected, Li Jun's perfectly intact body reappeared after less than a second after his supposed death. An interesting use of destruction Tao, he analyzed. Di Jiaying's technique has its limits, one of which is when using certain outlaw laws like destruction, she has to use law resonance to use their powers. He used his killing Tao to destroy the wave. However, upon coming into contact with it, he realized this technique was more complicated and unique than he originally concluded. Di Jiaying fused all the elements, fire, water, earth, wind, etc., focusing on the destructive aspect. With this method, she created a pseudo-destruction power derived from the elements before supplementing them with destruction law through resonance. However, Li Jun's spear only targeted the concept of destruction but failed because of the elemental nature of the wave. As such, his attack only weakened the attacking potency of the wave by a slight margin, and he needed to defend himself from most of its power. His Tao is refined and can target and render all my laws useless, analyzed Di Jiaying. Such an opponent was the nemesis of her domain. Her mind worked at an alarming speed. There is only one way to deal with such an opponent: Power Tao. Power Tao is the law that breaks 10,000 laws. That is the essence of the Power Tao: break everything in its path with sheer force. Di Jiaying knew she was physically weaker than Li Ju, so she had another method. With her control of heaven and earth, she controlled the power law to drastically increase her physical prowess. Fist of Power, I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Kamshi clenched her fist and punched forward. Boom! The entire central quadrant shook due to sheer physical force. That power almost reached the level of infant fiend god force, thought Li Jun with squinted eyes. He knew he could not clash head-on with her, so he evaded her fist. Unfortunately for him, physical prowess also equated to speed. Di Jiaying used the Power Tao to bless her legs. So, with quadrillion upon quadrillion of force, she catapulted herself forward, reaching a speed that cannot be processed by the mortal mind. Boom! Panda's novel. Calmly Jun flew thousands of light years away before stopping, blood dripping from his nose, mouth, and ears. He would have died in that attack if he did not redirect most of the force. But even so, his internal organs and bones were heavily damaged. D realm? And it's level 9 like me, analyzed Li Jun. Luckily, it does not seem unique, and her application is subpar. Over the years, Li Jun discovered he lacked the talent for the D realm. Most geniuses had things they excelled at, and only a few, like Wang Wei and Wu Hong, were perfect cultivation geniuses that were good at anything they tried. Li Jun had accepted this fact since he knew his talent, battle. He could say with the utmost confidence that his battle instinct was the best in this generation, and his big brother would agree with him. However, despite his lack of talent for the D realm, he still reached the 9th stage. And that's because he used a simple and effective method: practice. He spent years practicing and learning from Wang Wei, who learned from Wu Hong. As a result, he achieved the 9th stage of the D realm, with the only downside is his D realm was not special like those people who made more than one of their cultivation realms unique. After a few tries, he effortlessly removed the influence of her realm and tried to heal his injury. But of course, Di Jiaying was not about to give such time. She rushed forward and punched for the second time. Learning from her mistake, she concentrated the force behind her attack to prevent her opponent from redirecting it. However, something different happened as her fist landed. Li Jun exploded into a colossal river of blood and trapped Di Jiaying in a blood prison. Such a technique could not restrict her, given her current strength. However, Li Jun only wanted to buy himself some time. Another body appeared not far from her. So, when Di Jiaying escaped her prison, she only saw Li Jun stabbed in the void. Then, everything turned black and white for a brief moment before returning to normal. What did he do? She did not have to wait long to get the answer. Killing myriad laws, she commented with great shock as she sensed her technique was broken. No, it was rendered useless. With one spear, Li Jun destroyed all the laws in the central quadrant and surrounding areas. With the destruction of the laws or the fundamental rules of the battlefield, water no longer boiled at 100 degrees Celsius or froze at 0 degrees. The speed of light was 299,792, 458 meters per second. The laws of thermodynamics ceased to exist. No spiritual chi existed between heaven and earth. The concept of creation and rebirth ceased to work, and even fate's control of the area stopped functioning. Di Jiaying could no longer control the laws of heaven and earth, and law resonance was now impossible to be used on this battlefield. And Li Jun did not stop after using that attack. He took the opportunity to completely heal and also take advantage of the fact his opponent's powers had stopped working and did not fully transition to using a new technique. He gathered the power of death on his spear and threw it with unparalleled force. Boom! Di Jiaying released her suppressing force to delay the advancement of the spear. Unfortunately, the death chi gathered on the spear brought death to anything on its path. So, the best result she accomplished was reducing the power behind the spear by a few %. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed in the void as cracks appeared in her immortal tier armor. Alas, she did not care as she succeeded in protecting herself, at least, it appeared so. No, this was a trap, a distraction. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.